Super Sixers and the Pointers. We'll be counting down for you. We'll be counting from 10 to 0, and we'll start. So we're just about getting ready to get the action underway here. So we are counting down from as soon as we can get that music down. So we'll be counting down. We'll be counting down from 10 to 0. As soon as we can get the music down, we'll be counting down. The game today is between the Farrington Super Sixers and the Pointers. The Pointers. Music.
Liam. Music.
So we're counting. It's 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. A very good afternoon to you. Welcome to the James Ronald Webster Park for the Anguilla Premier League T20 Cricket League, the continuation of this competition. Today's game features the defending champions, the Farrington Super Sixers, and they're coming up against the Pointers in a top of the table clash right here at the James Ronald Webster Park. The news is from the middle. The Sixers, they've won the toss and they've asked the Pointers to bat first. So the Pointers will be batting first here this afternoon in this contest at the James Ronald Webster Park. The umpires, Ralph Hodge and Mitchell Morton, the two umpires standing in the middle. The Sixers team for you: Monson Hodge, Danny Proctor, Yusuf Hodge, Terry Adams, Raymond Adams, Masimba Bowen, the captain, Jeffrey Adams, Chiniku Landeford, Jamish Proctor, Marlon Bryson, and Travis Carter. And for the Pointers, it's Tariq Newman, Nordell Lake, Ross Powell, Leon Lake, Garvey Lake, Cheidyn Carmichael, Randy Gomez, Andrew Herbert, Sam, Carlyle Hughes, and Rian Solomon. That's the team for the Pointers. Again, the Sixers, they've won the toss, and they have asked the Pointers to take first strike. The openers already out in the middle. Tariq Newman and Nordell Lake opening the batting here for the Pointers. The attack will be started by Landeford from the southern or central polyclinic end of the ground. The field for you for the Sixers, just a solitary slip. There's a man at backward point. There's a cover. There's a short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. There's a man on the long leg boundary, and there's a square leg. So the umpires again today, Ralph Hodge and Mitchell Morton. Ralph Hodge is the standing umpire at the southern end of the ground, and with me in the box, we say good afternoon to Samuel Theodore. Sambo.
Let me say good afternoon to all those who are tuned in, listening cricket from JRW. It is a lovely day for cricket. Beautiful sunshine. Not even a breeze really blowing today here at the JRW.
So Landeford it will be from the far end of the ground, the southern end of the ground, in wonderful sunshine, nice cooling breeze coming across the ground from the east. Here is Landeford with the first delivery in the game today. This one is outside the line of the off-stump, a wide call and signal by umpire Ralph Hodge. And so the Pointers are underway. They're 1 for no loss. The very first delivery bowled a wide call and signal by the umpire. So the sun is out in all its glory, some white puffy clouds away in the distance, and quite a bit of blue sky about. Just a lovely day for cricket here at the James Ronald Webster Park. Just a handful of spectators here at the moment. We can count them on the fingers, but I'm sure it will pick up as we get further into this game today. It's a good contest, promises to be. The Sixers, the defending champion, and of course the Pointers, who've done very well this season. Second season of the Anguilla Premier League T20 competition. It's match number 20 as Landeford goes in and bows this one. This one is carried right up to the batsman. That's Lake. Comes onto the front foot and pushes the ball into the offside, and there is no run. So just 2 deliveries so far in this game. It's 1 for no loss. Again, the Sixers winning the toss and asking the Pointers to bat first. field again for you. There's a third man now been posted, so just a slip of third man. There's a man at backward point, cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and a long leg. As Launderford it is, right arm, fast, medium pace, comes in now and bows. This one is a lifter. This one was dug in pretty sharply, dug into the turf, and it lifted quite, just steepled over the head of the batsman, Norday Lake, and went through into the gloves of the keeper, Travis Carter. So Carter is the keeper, and the captain for the Sixers is Masimba Bowen, the fast bowler. Munson Hodge is in the team. His brother Yusuf Hodge also there, Terry Adams, Raymond Adams, Jeffrey Adams. As Launderford it is, will continue. 1 for no loss. The pointer sent into bat as Launderford comes. Oh, he misses his run. So a dead ball will be signaled by the umpire. Umpire Ralph Hodge does so now. And the bowler will make his way back to the top of his mark. Just missing his run as he came into bowled. And just pulling out at the very last moment. The pitch, as usual, looked quite placid. The pitch in very sharp contrast to the very heavily greened outfield, all because of the recent rains we've had. Launderford is running towards us here in the box. He comes up now and bows this one outside the line of the off stump. Batsman plays inside the line. Ball just pitching and going further away from the right-handed batsman. That's Norday Lake and into the gloves of the keeper. 1 for no loss. This is the first over being bowled. Play getting on the way just a few minutes ago, maybe 3-4 minutes ago. And action is underway. So if you're looking for some place to go this afternoon, the place to be is the James Ronald Webster Park for cricket. Lovely cricket in the Anguilla Premier T20 Cricket League 2022 season. Here is Launderford once more. He's up there now and bows. This one is driven back up along the pitch. The bowler following through, stops it and prevents a run. So this is a top of the table clash here between these two teams. They've done very well this season. They've played very well. The pointers surprising many folks how well they've played. They've had a good combination, and so too the Sixers, the defending champion, as one would expect. Launderford it is. Will continue to bowl from the Central Polyclinic or the southern end of the ground. He comes in from that end and bows this one up beside the line of the off stump, and Norday Lake fishing at this one outside the line. Ball just goes past the outside edge and into the gloves of the keeper. Quite a bit of pace been worked up here by this young fast bowler. Fairly thinly built, lanky, long of legs, long of arms, very slender figure. He's bowling to the solitary slip in Terry Adams, standing to the right of the keeper, Carter. As Launderford comes, oh, again he misses his run. No signal this time from umpire Hodge. Didn't quite pass the umpire, so he had sufficient time in which to pull out. So still struggling. The breeze is pushing towards the south. It's coming out from the northeast and pushing towards the southeast. So he's bowling into the wind. Launderford it is from that far end, comes in now and bows. This one is driven nicely through the offside field. This will run away into the boundary. Danny Proctor gives up the chase. Lovely drive through the offside field, through extra cover, and he just raced away through the offside field for 4 runs. Norday Lake gets off the mark with a 4. And at the end of is it the end of the first over? 4 runs. Now we're seeing the signal coming rather belatedly from umpire Hodge. It's 5. 5 it is, and now the umpire has been recognized. I think he was waiting for recognition from the box here. So he's recognized that the ball went to the boundary. So end of the first over, Sambo. It's 5 for no loss. The pointers sent it to bat by the Sixers.
Yes, it was a beautiful over here until the last ball of this over, which was driven through the covers for 4 runs by Norday Lake. It was a beautiful over still. Only 4 runs coming, 5 runs coming from it. And the pointers are on their way.
So it's 5 for no loss at the end of the first over. You had 1 wide and a lovely drive through the offside field by Norday Lake for 4. So the captain, Masimba Bowen, will pick up the attack over number 2. He'll be bowling from the commentary box end. So the first over started by Launderford from the far end of the ground, the southern end. And now it's going to be Bowen, the captain, to pick it up from the northern end. Bowen just goes for a trial run. The batsman is going to be Tariq Newman, left-handed batter. Takes guard from umpire Mitchell Morton, who's standing at the northern end of the ground. The field I'll give you in just a moment. Just a solitary strip. There's a man at third man. There's a man at point. There's a cover. Deepish. There's an extra cover. There's a mid-off, mid-on, slightly deep. There's a mid-wicket. And a man down on the long leg boundary. Masimba Bowen will pick up the attack here now for the Sixers in over number 2 of this game. 5 runs scored so far, 4 off the bat and 1 by way of a wide. So Nordell Lake is 4 not out, and Tariq Newman is waiting to face his first delivery. Again, the sun is with us. Nice breeze. It's quite a coolish conditions at this moment. No indication, threat of any rain. The clouds are white and puffy and lots of blue skies. Masimba Bowen, it is, running away from us. He's up to the wicket now and bows to the batsman. That's Newman, who slaps this into the offside field. Not really getting it. He wanted it to get a lot squarer. Came out to mid-off, where he's picked up, and there is no run. Perhaps you're hearing in our microphones, motorcycle just screeching across the road just to the western side of the ground here. Here is Masimba Bowen, looking a little stiff as he goes in now. And bows his second delivery. This one is a good one. Pitch and shaping away from the left-handed batter, and it's taken behind by Carter. So Bowen doing the right thing, just looking for a good line, good length. Could see a little stiffness, not running in as aggressively as he normally does, just waiting to get the body all fired up. Just taking it easy, going easy on the muscles in the early part of his bowling stint. He turns at the top of the mark and he looks up and he sees Tariq Newman, bat raised, looking quite alert. Here is Bowen. He goes in, bows to Newman. Newman hits this one high in the air. It's going down to long leg. The man coming in. He takes the catch. And Newman goes without scoring. This one was dug in short. He was attempting to hit it through mid-wicket. Took it very high up on the splice of the bat. And it skied down to the man at long leg. He came in nicely, settled under it, and it took the catch. So Newman goes without scoring. Sambo, it's 5 for 1, the Pointers.
Yes, the Pointers, 5 for 1. Newman played, I would say, a rather loose shot, which went high up in the air, and the fielder settled and took a very wonderful catch just inside the boundary.
So Newman walks back dejectedly to the player's area, going without scoring, looking to hit it through mid-wicket, but the ball just steepled on him, got up rather quickly and sharply, and it took the high, very high up on the bat, and went down, aiming for mid-wicket. It ended down at towards the long leg area, where the man posted there for just that sort of a shot, took it, and he makes his way back. So it's 5 for 1. The Pointers sent into bat by the Sixers. The man out being the left-handed batter, Tariq Newman, caught at long leg of the bowling of Masimba Bowen, the captain of the Sixers in this, his first over bowling from this commentary box end. Nordell Lake is the non-striker. He's got 4. And Leon Lake, the captain of the Pointers, is going out to partner Nordell Lake. So Nordell Lake is 4, and Leon Lake with the number 2 on his jersey, blue and black jersey, going out. The Farrington Super Sixers using that orange and blue jersey. Several of them sporting their caps. Onsen Hodges there in his maroon hat, out there just having a chat with his brother Yusuf, patrolling that cover area. So Leon Lake has gone out to partner Nordell Lake. Nick will be facing. So we have again left-hand, right-hand combination. Leon Lake is a left-handed batter. He's the non-striker, and Nordell Lake will be facing up to Masimba Bowen for the first time. 5 for 1 is the score. This is the second over in progress. I think, 4 deliveries gone in this one?
4 deliveries.
4 deliveries completed, and a wicket very early in the innings for the skipper of the Sixers in the fast bowler, Masimba Bowen. So Nordell Lake, small figure, very dapper, very neat, very nice relaxed stance. He Facing up now to Masimba Bowen, running away from us. His tail is up. He goes in, bows this. Oh, this one is scooped down the onside, down to the backward square region. Sort of got himself in a pretty awkward position, but got it away nonetheless. And they're coming back for the second run. 2 more runs to Nordell. He goes to 6 and the score now going on to 7. Got himself just crouched and just put the bat up. And it came off the top portion of the bat and went down to backward square where he picked up 2 runs. The 2 batters, his captain, Leon Lake, just having a chat with Nordell Lake in the middle. And now they are satisfied. So Masimba Bowen, as you can see, started rather gingerly, perhaps a little stiff, but now you've seen he's beginning to warm to his task, and certainly with the wicket, that will certainly spur him on. 7 for 1 is the score. This is the second over in progress. As Masimba Bowen goes away from us now. He's up there, bows this one, another short delivery, and again, the young Nordell Lake going down. He's a short man, and he went further down and looking to scoop the ball over his head down to backward square. Missed on that occasion, and it was taken behind by Carter. So just to slip a third man, there's a man at point. There's a cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, wideish and slightly deep. There's a man at square leg and a long leg. That's the field for Masimba Bowen in what could be his final delivery of this over number 2. And his first. He turns and he runs away from us. Nice, easy approach, very relaxed. Up to the wicket, he goes down and bows this one outside the line of the leg stump. This one comes off the outer portion of the bat, goes in the air to where mid-on would have been, where forward short leg would have been, and that could easily have been a catch. Luckily for young Nordell Lake and for the Pointers, he survives. He's got 6. Leon Lake is yet to score. 2 overs completed at the end of 2. The Pointers sent into bat by the Sixers. They are 7 for 1. The man out being Tariq Newman, caught at long leg off the bowling of Bowen without scoring.
Yes, we see Masimba Bowen walking up a whole lot of pace in this over. He started very slowly, but now he's in good rhythm, bowling very quickly after the wicket. The Pointers are here 7 for 1 in the second over.
So Leon Lake will be facing for the first time, a left-handed batter. Lunderford will continue with his second over. Masimba Bowen completing a successful over, one in which he got the wicket of Tariq Newman, while just conceding 2 runs. So 2 runs conceded by Bowen and picking up a wicket, bowling from the northern end of the ground. Renford Kelsick just comes across. One of our commentators, Renford, just coming into the ground here at the James Ronald Webster Park. So lovely sunshine, nice refreshing breeze blowing across from the northeast here at the ground. So umpire Ralph Hodges is ready. Nordell Lake, Leon Lake, the captain, is also ready. A slip. Man at point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. As Lunderford goes in, both to Leon Lake, who gets a good delivery on the line of the stump, and he shuffles into line and pushes the ball into the offside field. It's picked up by Monson Hodge at a short extra cover, and there is no run. So there's a man at long leg, there's a square leg, there's a mid-on that's fairly wide and deep. Mid-off is also back a bit, and then the offside field. There's a man down at third man as well, protecting the boundary there. 7 for 1 it is. This is over number 3 of 20 for the Pointers. The Pointers sent into bat after the Sixers won the toss. Leon Lake is the batter, left-handed batter. He sees Lunderford, gets one dug into the turf, outside the line of the leg stump. Wide call and signal by umpire Ralph Hodge. So that is the second wide of the innings, and both conceded by young Lunderford. So it's 8 for 1. The man out being Tariq Newman, caught at long leg after bowling of Masimba Bowen in his first over, his third delivery without scoring. 8 for 1. Leon Lake is yet to score. His face is up now to Lunderford. This one goes past the batter, past the keeper, past the man at first, slipping Terry Adams, down to a third man area, a very fine third man area. We'll wait for the signal. Was there a signal from the umpire, Sambo? I see no signal from the umpire. I am still looking. Yes, now we see it's a free hit. It's a no ball. It's a no ball, so it's a free hit. So a no ball and a free hit. 9 for 1. So a free hit given. So the batter no doubt will be looking to take full advantage here. Northern Lake is facing now, and he'll be facing up to Landerford. 9 for 1. This is the third over as Landerford comes in from that far end. He comes up to the wicket now and carries this one right up, and he's driven powerfully by Northern Lake, but nicely stopped by the bowler falling through. Got his right hand out and knocked it down in front of him and was able to pick it up and almost was attempting to throw the wicket down. But that one was carried right up to the right-handed batter in Northern Lake, and he drove it powerfully. And the bowler falling through in his follow-through was able to get his right hand out and stopped it. So Landerford it is from that far end. It's 9 for 1. Newman gone without scoring. Landerford comes in once more and pulls a Yorker, which is manages Northern Lake. He's seeing, just manages to get this one out of his wicket. The ball went down to short square leg and he got himself a run. So 7 to Northern Lake. Leon Lake is yet to score, and it's 10 now. 10 for 1 in over number 3. Again, the Sixers winning the toss here this afternoon and asking the Pointers in a top-of-the-table clash to take a first knock. This is match number 20 of the Anguilla Premier T20 Cricket League 2022. Leon Lake retakes his guard from umpire Ralph Hodge, who's standing at the southern end, the Central Polyclinic end of the ground. And the other umpire today is with him, Mitchell Morton. 10 for 1. Is the score for the Pointers, sent into bat. Leon Lake is still yet to score. Northern Lake has 7. The man out being Newman without scoring off the bowling of Masimba Bowen. So here is Landerford bowling around the wicket to the left-handed batter. This one is outside the line of the off stump. A wide is called and signaled by umpire Hodge. He's recognized, and the wides column certainly picking up. I think I have 3 wides here. In a score of 11. Northern Lake has 7. Leon Lake is yet to score. And in Newman, the man back in the shed without troubling our scorers. This is over number 3. Landerford it is from that far end of the ground. He comes up and both a better line delivery. This one's pitched just on about the off stump and veering away. Quite a bit of movement, outward movement from the right-hander bowling around the wicket to the left-handed batter Leon Lake, and went through into the gloves of Travis Carter. Nicely taken. So just a slip. Man at backward point is a cover, extra cover. Very close in extra cover. Very, very short extra cover. Mid-off, wide-ish, mid-on. Man at square leg and a long leg. And there's a man on that third man. Here is Landerford as he goes in once more. Bows this one on the line of the pad. There's a shout for LBW, but that one, the umpire isn't interested. It goes into the onside leg by, is called now by umpire Hodge. It's 12. 12 for no loss. Leon Lake is yet to score. One more goes into the extras column, one by way of a leg by. So we've had 3 wides and 1 leg by way of extras. 12 for 1. Landerford will continue from the far end of the ground. Again, just a trickle, really, of spectators in that we're still monitoring that game in Trinidad between India and West Indies. West Indies batting first as Landerford comes in now and bowls this one outside the line of the off stump. It goes into the gloves of the keeper. 309 for 6, we've been hearing. 311 for 6, West Indies. And the end of over number 4, Sambo. 4 overs completed, 12 runs scored. Leon Lake yet to score. 7 to Northern Lake. We've had 3 wides and 1 leg by.
Yes, it was a very beautiful over by Landerford. In spite of getting 2 wides, he stuck to his task and only 1 single came from it. From it. A very good over indeed.
Right, so Masimba Bowen will continue from this commentary box end. John Millington has joined us.
The 4th over.
The 4th over?
Yeah.
4th over, yes, it is, yes. So 4 overs completed, I said 3. And it's 12. So 4 overs, just going at 3 runs per over. 4 overs completed for the loss of the wicket of the left-handed batter in Tariq Newman. He went without scoring. Leon Lake is yet to score. Nordell has 7, and Masimba Bowen will continue from this, the commentary box end. The northern end of the ground, as Masimba Bowen goes up to the wicket now and bows this one to Leon Lake, who comes onto the front foot, pushes this one into the offside field and takes a good single. Just pushing it into the covers. Danny Proctor is a bit deep. The ball was played easily. So Lake gets off the mark. He's 1, and it's now 13 for 1. So the field just changing over to accommodate the right-handed batter in Nordell Lake. He's got 7. Leon Lake is off the mark. He's 1. Umpire Hodge going from one area of the field to the other area. He's getting some much-needed exercise as he walks backwards to his position at square leg. And he tends to go pretty deep, Ralph Hodge. Unlike most of the other umpires, they tend to be a little closer in at square leg. He goes very deep. Here is Masimba Bowen. Start of over number 5. 1 delivery so far. He goes in, bows this one outside the line of the off stump. And again, we see this young man, Nordell Lake. He likes to go down. He's a very short man. He couldn't be more than about, I reckon, maybe 5'3", 5'4". And he goes even lower, so you can well imagine. Now we see he's having a little chat with his skipper in mid-pitch. Masimba Bowen, not at full throttle, hasn't pulled the throttle yet. He can certainly bowl very quickly when he wants to. He has a wicket, that of Newman, and just trying to maintain things. So after 4 overs, the score was 12 for 1. Nordell Lake is on 7, Leon is on 1. It's 13 for 1. Here is this one carried up by Masimba Bowen, right up to the right-handed batter in Nordell Lake, coming onto the front foot, looking to hit it through the offside field. The ball coming off the inner portion of the bat, perhaps some inward movement, I would reckon. And the ball going out to mid-wicket where Terry Adams fields, and there is no run. So this is a top of the table clash. Both teams, they've played very well this season. Masimba Bowen looking for wicket number 2. Runs away from us. He's up to the wicket now and bows this one outside the line of the offside. Again, we see Nordell taking his eyes off the ball, just looking to swat the ball down over the square leg boundary, but not really watching. Taking his eyes off, just throwing the bat as hard as he can, trying to find get the ball onto the bat, but the ball just veers past him, going away from him, and taken behind by Travis Carter, the keeper for the Sixers. 13 for 1. Over number 5 in progress. It's been bowled by Masimba Bowen. Runs away from us. Simba. This is a slower delivery, and this one is hit over the head of mid-wicket. Terry Adams, the man from mid-on, has some running to do out to deep mid-wicket, and they will go through for 2 runs. So 2-2 Nordell Lake. He goes to 9, and the score moves on to 15 now for 1. 15 for 1. Sambo.
Yes, they are moving very slowly there. The pointers are making very hard work. But it is pretty good bowling by the Sixers, restricting them to only 15 for 1.
Nordell Lake certainly likes to get on with things. He's got 9. He's a man who likes to keep the scorers, the scoreboard ticking. He likes to play a lot of shots. Here is Masimba Bowen running away from us. He's up there now and bows to Nordell. This one squirts off the inner portion of the bat down to backward square. There's a man posted there. They'll take 1. They won't explore 2nd. Leon Lake is not interested. He turns his back on Nordell. And 1 more to the total, 16 now. And Nordell goes into double figures. He's gone to 10 at the end of over number 5. So the score after 5 overs, it's 16 for 1 with Nordell Lake on 10. Leon Lake has 1. The batsman now, Tariq Newman, caught at long leg off the bowling of Masimba Bowen when the score was on 5. After further comments from Samuel Theodore, your next commentator will be John Millington.
Yes, it's still a beautiful day for cricket. There's a lot of pace in the wicket still. It's not doing nothing to rush, just bowling, steady bowling. But if you want to follow the West Indies, they're 311 for 6. And I believe that is a score, Millington, that we could win.
Yes, Mr. Goody. Good afternoon to you, Sambo. Good afternoon to the man, Keithstone Greaves, and to all those who are taking our commentaries wherever you are. It's a beautiful day out here at the JRWP. Sixes. 15 for 1. Over number 6. About to be bowled. It's going to be down the foot from the Central Polyclinic end. Over number 6. Watch man in a slip. Third man. Cover, extra cover. Here is down the foot to bowl to Northern Lake, and outside the line of the off, absolutely no foot movement at all. That's a big swipe outside of the line of the off stump. Not trying to get close, just it was all hands. Not making contact with that one at all, Sambo.
Yes, he threw everything at it. There was no foot movement at all. He just tried to swat it over the cover into the boundary. No movement at all.
And it was unsuccessful. He's going to try again. It's down the foot to bowl to Northern Lake. To this delivery, Lake is getting one outside the line of the off stump. Ball peeling off the outer edge. Goes down to third man. They get one. So moves on to 17 rather, sorry. 17. This is my score. 17. That one was ball playing bat rather than bat playing ball.
Yes, because there is no foot movement by Northern Lake. He just stretched, and there was a thin edge coming down to third man here, and they only got one run.
17 for 1. Newman, the man gone. Leon Lake, the left-handed batsman, takes guard from umpire Ralph Hodge, a leg stump guard. He's asking umpire Hodge for, and gets that now. Leon Lake with number 2 on his back, walks away, gets back into the wicket, taps away, waits for Langford. Here comes Langford to bowl to Lake. Lake to the center. He's getting one outside the line of the off stump, lifting outside the line of the off stump, leaving the batsman on a natural angle, not making contact, looking to cut, and Leon Lake missing on that occasion. No run resulting. Score remains on 17. 17 it is for no lower. 17 for 1. 17 for 1. A very slow start. See it start from the pointers. Here is Landford to bowl to Lake. Lake is stunned this one off the legs. They're going to get runs in. They're going to get one. That's all they're going to get. The man from square leg, Yusuf Hodge, fields. Score moves on by 1 to 18. 18 it is in the course of over number 6. 18 for 1 brings the right-handed batsman Northern Lake on the strike. There is a third man slip. Man at backward point. Cover extra, cover mid off. Man at straightish mid wicket and mid on. That's the field for the right-handed Northern Lake. Here is Langford to bowl to Lake. Bowls to Lake. To this delivery. Lake is driving straight to the man there at extra cover. No run resulting. Score remains on 18. Lake is on 11. Northern Lake, he's on 11. With him is the skipper Leon Lake. He is on 2. So it's 2 to Northern and 2 to Leon, 11 to Northern. Here is Landford to bowl to Northern. Northern is getting one wide outside the line of the off stump. Call and signal by the umpire. Total moves on by 1. Actually, total moves on to 19. And 19 for 1 in the course of over number 6. It's a 2020 Season 2 APL affair here at the JRWP. Top of the table clash. Pointers are taking on Farrington Super Sixers, who will be victorious at the end of today, who will stand head and shoulder above the rest. We'll wait to see. Here is Langford from the top of his mark, runs away. Past umpire Ralph Hodge, bowl to Lake. Lake is advancing, and when he gets there, he realized that he was going away from the ball. The ball was outside the line of the off stump. He was stripping on the leg side, allowing no run result, and the ball goes to be taken by wicketkeeper Carter. And at the end of 6, it's 19 for 1.
Yes, it is a very slow start by the pointers today. The Sixers have placed the bricks on the pointers. Northern Lake is throwing his bat around and still cannot make contact with the bowlers. but it's still quite early in the cricket here.
Game number 20.
Is over number 7, about to be bowled from this Commentators routine.
Today,
Over number 6 now.
Farrington Super Sixers.
Now, just some corrections there from the
Won the toss.
scorers.
In the blowing point pointers. They're 19 for 1.
Just some correction. That was the end of over number 5. That was the end of over number 5, over number 6 about to be bowled. So, my apologies. Now we're going to have some repair work for the wicket keeper. And so there is a break in play, and it's a good time to say thanks to our sponsors. Due to it is because of our sponsors why we are able to bring live coverage from the JRWP, and we say thanks to the likes of Safe Cargo, Best Buy Supermarket, Mega Charles 54, and live on YouTube, Radio Anguilla 97.7. It is Class FM, Digicel, CNV Apartments for your apartment need. You won't need a space? Well, 476-6601 or 476-6343. J Soda, the American University of Anguilla, Aurora Restaurant, Resort, and Golf Club, 97.7 radio. That is our national station. Magico Insurance, Carita All Green, Linholm, Zemi Beach Hotel, Republic Bank of Anguilla, King Ocean, National Commercial Bank of Anguilla, Sid and Pete Supermarket, all on board with us here. The Anguilla Electronics. I say thanks to all of our sponsors, the Lakes World, and to Mr. Hodge for making possible for our score sheets. We say thank you. The Anguilla Printers, we are grateful for having you on board. It is because of you and you. And to all those who are willing to come on board with the APL and to support cricket on the whole in Anguilla, we welcome you to the organizing committee. We are grateful that you are on board.
Yes, there was a break in cricket. We are about to continue into the 6th over. Travis Carter has taken his position again at the back of the stumps, and there's a mid-wicket conference here. Very slow going by the pointers today, and the Sixers have put the brakes on them, really put that brakes on them and restricted their scoring to 19 runs in 5 overs.
Is it a calm before the storm?
Yes, there's still a lot of big hitters in there to come, like Michael, Gomez and Albert. They could hit a long 6.
Oh, I've not heard you mention the big man up to now. Raspawell is yet to come. He can hit the ball very ferociously. It's going to be Jeffrey Adams who's going to take up the attack here to bowl to Leon Lake. Bowl to Lake outside the line of the off stump. And not making contact on that occasion. Just trying a cheeky stroke. There was Leon Lake. Leon Lake taps away. Wait for Jeffrey Adams to this delivery. He gets one, and that is full. And doesn't make contact. Well. That was a gift. That was even a better gift than Father's Day gift.
Yes, it was indeed. And he made no use of that beautiful gift. Let us see what will happen with the next ball.
Here is Adams again to bowl to Lake. To this delivery, Lake is getting another full toss. He's driving this time up to mid-off. It is Masimba Bowen is in the way. Total moves on to 20. 24 for 1. 20 for 1. Leon Lake moves on to by 1 to 3. Brings Nordell Lake, the right-handed batsman, who is on 11 on strike. And for Lake, the mid-wicket goes out. So there is a sweep on the onside, and what we are seeing here is that, you know, they are not pressing about spreading the field too much, even for Northern Lake. They are keeping the pressure on, and they're saying if you want to score, you will have to take the risk. As Northern Lake wait to see what skipper Messimabun is going to settle for. Here is Jeffrey Adams to bowl to Northern Lake. Bowls to Lake. Lake is hitting this one in the air behind square. He's going to get runs here. Gone for one. We'll come back for a second. You can give that up now because it was gone over the bungle road. That's a good shot. That's 4 runs. 4 more runs to Northern Lake. He moves on to 15, and the total goes on to 24.
Yes, it was a wonderful stroke here by Northern Lake. He leaned into it and hit it over the square leg boundary for 4 runs. It was a very good shot indeed.
Yes, Lake just putting that foot down, that left foot down the track, and swung it around backward square. It goes away for 4 runs. Predominant onside player, Northern Lake. He loves the onside. And so now 2 men back on the onside. Here comes Adams to bowl to Lake. Lake is going to go through the offside this time, but he finds Bryson. Can't score. Marlon Bryson is in the way. Score remains on 24. 24 for 1. In the course of over number 6 being bowled here by Jeffrey Adams. Here is Adams to bowl to Northern Lake. Bowls to Lake. Lake is coming down the track and driving nicely. He's going to get runs here. We're gone for 1. We'll come back for a second. They're going to get it easily. Proctor moves away from the square leg, the mid-wicket boundary to field. Can prevent the 2. Total moves on to 26, and Northern Lake goes on to 17. 17 is Lake. 3 is Leon Lake, and the end of over number 6, and at the end of the over 26 for 1.
Well, Nadian have showed is that he is going to get along with it. He's going to get along with it, and he played a very wonderful shot into the boundary for 4 runs. 26 for 1 in 6 overs.
26 for 1. And I'll get the signal now from umpire Ralph Hodge. That's the second power play is about to begin. That means that we can spread the field now. And we are seeing that only 1 man outside the circle, so the pressure is still on. And they're asking Leon Lake, well, we may be out of the power play, but we are still going to keep this field. It's going to be Yusuf Hodge who's going to take up the attack from the Central Polyclinic end. Yusuf Hodge runs away, right arm over the wicket, ball to Lake. Lake is driving straight to the man who misfield. That's Monson Hodge, but no run resulting. Backing up nicely, it was Marlon Bryson. Score remains on 26. 26 for 1. Here is Yusuf Hodge again to bowl to Leon Lake. Bowl to Lake. Lake is pushing this one on the outside. He's looking for a single, and it's non-existent. Monson Hodge does misfield this time, and he had to regain his ground. No run resulting. Score remains on 26. 26 for 1. In the course of over number 7, Leon Lake taps away, waits for Yusuf Hodge, who runs away. Bowl to Lake. Lake is advancing and hitting this one through the onside. They're going to get runs here. They've gone for 1. That's all they're going to get. The man from mid-on moves away. That's Longford to his left and field. Gives Leon Lake his 4th run, and the score moves on to 27. 27 for 1. In the course of over number 7. This Northern Lake is looking around. Masimba Boyne is going to sink on the sweeper boundary offside. Surprising that it's not on the onside. Here is Yusuf. Yusuf is bowling to Lake. Lake is hitting this one down to the man coming off the extra cover boundary. Masimba Boyne, he gets 1. He's on 18, and the total moves on to 28. 28 for 1. Very beautiful skies, Sambo.
Yes, we started with excellent sunshine, and there was a slight breeze blowing from the east, which has cooled down for now, but it's still a lovely day for cricket.
Yusuf Hodge runs away to bowl to Leon Lake. Bowls to Lake. Lake is advancing, getting one off the edge. And Terry Adams feels like it's cleanly, but he cannot prevent this single. Ball was in the air for a while, but not carrying to Terry Adams, who's sitting right on the circle. Leon Lake school gets his 5th run, and the score moves on to 29. 29 for 1. Newman, the wicket accounted for so far. Here is Yusuf Hodge to bowl to Northern Lake. Bowls to Lake. Lake to this one is walking into it and pulling well, 4 runs. Oh, it was short. Not a good delivery at all. It was short, and it stood up and asked to be hit, and the gift was accepted on that occasion. Very well played by Northern Lake to bring up the end of over number 7, and the score moves on to 33. And Northern Lake, he goes into the 20s. He is 22 not out.
Yes, it was an excellent shot by Northern Lake. He waited and just slapped it over mid-wicket into the boundary for 4 runs.
Good looking stroke there by Northern Lake. It was short, and it stood up. And he would be well advised, Yusuf Hodge, if he's going to be bowling short, then he has to put the man back on the sweep boundary on the onside. He was on the offside, and then Northern Lake, being a predominantly onside player, that was so easy for him. He moves on to 22. Leon Lake, he's on strike, the left-handed batsman, he's on 5. It's 33 for 1. Here is Jeffrey Adams to bowl to Leon Lake. Bowls to Lake. He's getting the one outside the line of the off stump. This is driving to extra cover. Masimba now goes back to the extra cover boundary. It's for the dangerous Northern Lake. Score moves on to 34. 34, it is 4 for 1. Leon Lake is on 6. Northern is on 22.
Leon Lake on 6, Northern Lake on 22. And the score is 34 for 1.
We are in over number 8, and we are seeing the pointers. It's the pointers who are setting up a platform. And can this be a calm before the storm? They will look to get up to 10 and then assess. It's going to be Jeffrey Adams, so bowl to Northern Lake, bowl to Lake, who's chipping, and then, had to go on hand, but he's going to get runs here. Got 1, get 2, and they're going to get it very easily. Well, he came down the track, and then when he got there, he realized that it wasn't there. I had to take the top hand off the bat. He went through with a shot and was able to get the ball down to mid-wicket for 2 runs. Total moves on to 36. Lake moves on to 24. In the course of over number 8 being bowled by Jeffrey Adams. At the end of this over, the next voice in the hot seat you're going to hear is that of the man Keithstone Greaves. Here is Lake to bowl to, that's Adams to bowl to Lake down the onside. We want to wait to see if he got back to that one. He's racing close to the fence, and does it get there? No. They've gotten 2, and it is wise. So 3 runs added to the total. Score moves on to 39. 39. Adams really not pitching at all. Not accustomed. Not sure how much training he has been doing. Here is Jeffrey Adams to bowl to Northern Lake. Bowls to Lake. Lake is again going through the onside. This could be close. And Yusuf Hodge hauling the return to the bowler, not taken cleanly. And Northern Lake is home safely. He moves on to 25, and the total into the 40s. 44-1 in the course of over number 8. 40-1, setting the platform for the dangerous Ross Powell. Leon Lake taps away. Wait for Jeffrey Adams. When Adams gets there, Lake is advancing home and beating outside the line of the off stump. That's a good looking delivery.
Yes, it was a very good delivery. It swung away from Leon, who lunged forward, and he was beaten all ends up.
That one turn, certainly turn. Here is Adams again to bowl to Lake. Lake is getting a short one and getting out off the edge, getting down to the third man. It's Langford who moves away to his right. Fields can't prevent the single. Total moves on to 41 and Leon Lake moves on to 7. 7 to Leon Lake. 25 is Northern Lake. It's 41. 41 for 1 in the course of over number 8, being bowled by Jeffrey Adams. From this, the commentators both end. Here is Adams. Northern Lake is taking his own time. Taps away, waits for Adams to this delivery. He's getting one that he's chipping, and then again going across the line. They've gone for one. That's all they're going to be. The man at backward square comes off the boundary, sends the return to the keeper. Total moves on by 1 to 42. At the end of over number 8, Northern Lake is on 26. Leon Lake is on 7. It's 42, the pointers, 42 for 1. And after comments from the man Sambo, the next commentator you're going to hear, it's the voice of
Yes, it is
Keithstone
very
Greaves.
slow going by Leon Lake. He has been out there for a length of time, but it is very slow going by Leon Lake. Yes, it's still a lovely day for cricket. The sun is out before us. Let me say welcome to Keithstone back in the box with us yet. Keithstone, welcome.
Thank you, Sambo. 8 overs completed. 42 runs for the loss of Tariq Newman, who was out for a duck. So we're about to see the start of over number 9. Over number 9. So we've had 3 overs from Londonford, 2 from Bowen. Jeffrey Adams 2, and Yusuf Hodge will continue from the far end. This will be his second over. So over number 9 is about to start. Northern Lake has 26. Leon Lake, the captain, has 7. It's 42 for 1 as we're about to see the start of over number 9. So Yusuf Hodge, right arm medium pacer from the Central Polyclinic or southern end of the ground, and he'll be bowling to the right-handed batter in Northern Lake. So the 2 batters meet in mid-pitch to have a quick conference. Meanwhile, the field has been shifted around. The captain, Bowen, making some changes here to his field for the medium pacer. There's a man at third man, no slip now. There's a man coming on the circle on the 45. There's a man going to mid-wicket. There's a man right out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. There's a short mid-wicket, long on, long off. A man at backward point, there's a extra cover, and there's sweep on the deep cover boundary. It's Yusuf Hodge, which is second over. He's bowling from the far end. It's 42 for 1. The pointers are sent into bat by the Sixers here this afternoon, as Yusuf Hodge comes in, and he'll be bowling now to the batter in Northern Lake. Lake looking to slap it through the offside field. The ball coming off the under portion of the bat. In the end, got his right foot and just kept it out of his stump. So this is over number 9 of 20 for the pointers, scoring quite slowly. 42 runs on the board for the loss of Tariq Newman, who was out without scoring after bowling of Bowen when the score was on 5. Here is Yusuf. This one is carried on, dribbling in the air, upishly out to the man at backward point. They hustle for a run. No, it's not taken cleanly by the keeper, and they'll get an extra run here. Quite sloppy work here by the Sixers, allowing Nordell to get his 28th run and the 44th of the pointers innings. So 44 for 1. Nordell Lake is 28, and his captain, the non-striker, Leon Lake. 44 is the score, 44 for 1. Nordell Lake has got 28 of those runs. Here is Yusuf now. He comes in now, and Boso Nordell hits this one upishly, deliberately out to the man at wide long off. Londonford misses it. Oh, he misses the bounce, and that goes away for 4 runs. Running to do to his left, missed it completely. The ball bounced in front of him and just ricocheted away from him and into the boundary for 4. So 32 now to Lordell, and it's 48 now for 1. And we're still in the course of over number 9. So on deliberate stroke, driving uppishly through the offside field. No intention of keeping it on the carpet, thereby Northern Lake. So Lake is beginning to open his hands here. He's always been looking for the runs. He's a player who likes to get on with things. Here is Yusuf coming in, right arm over the wicket into Nordell, who drives at this one, misses, and through it goes to the keeper, Travis Carter. So the sun is back with us. The humidity is rising now. It was a lot cooler several minutes ago, but the sun is out now and the humidity you feel that is certainly building. 48 for 1. This is over number 9, being bowled from the southern end. It's Yusuf Hodge with the ball. Pulls this one outside the line of the offside, driven down the man at backward point. He stops it, but he can't prevent the run. Another run to Nordell, his 33rd. So Nordell is 33 and it's 49. One away from the 50 for the Pointers in over number 9. Brings his skipper, the left-handed batter in Leon Lake, who's got 7 into strike. And now we see the man at long leg. There's a man coming to short extra cover. There's be a man coming into that point position for the left-handed batter in Terry Adams. There's a sweep on the deep cover boundary. Short third man. Wide mid-on, more of a straightish mid-wicket. Now we see the man from the long leg area coming in to a backward square position. And there's a man out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. There's a long off as well. So the field pretty much spread in over number 9. Yusuf it is. He'll continue bowling over the wicket. He's into Leon Lake. Why he's bowling? Going down to a slow delivery, looking to hit it. And nothing shot, as we would say. And he missed it completely. So Leon Lake is clean bowled by Yusuf Hodge. It's 49 for 2. Leon Lake going bowled by Hodge for 7. Nordell Lake has 33. And Tarek Newman didn't trouble the scorers. 49 for 2 Sambo in over number 9.
Yes, this was a very irresponsible shot by Leon. He played across the line on a very straight ball. And you hit, I miss. And he was comprehensively beaten and bowled by Yusuf Hodge.
So wicket for Yusuf. Important one. Leon Lake going for 7. Nordell Lake 33. And the new man going out to partner is Ross Powell. So Ross Powell is the new batter. Number 15 on his jersey. And he'll be partnering Nordell Lake, who's played well for his 33 runs. So Leon Lake playing a nothing stroke. Just driving loosely, not looking at the ball. Missed it completely. It was a slow delivery too by Yusuf. And he lost his stump. So Ross Powell is the new batter. Going out to partner Nordell Lake. 49 for 2. The Pointers sent into bat by the Farrington Super Sixers, the defending champion. So we are into over number 10. So after this over, we'll be getting the halfway drinks break. So it will be Jeffrey Adams, the off-spinner, to continue. He'll be bowling to the Nordell Lake. Nordell Lake swings at this one. Struck outside the line, even from this distance, and even at this angle. Looking to swing it across the line, looking to hit it through mid-wicket. Missed it, took it on the pad, ricocheted off the pad onto the onside. So it's young Jeffrey Adams, the right arm off-spinner, loops this one up, and the batsman Nordell Lake comes onto the front foot, tucks it around the corner to short fine. Terry Adams is there. Nordell gets his 34th run, and the 50. The 50 has finally been posted. So it's 50 for 2 in the course of over number 10. This is Jeffrey Adams' 3rd over. Landerford has had 3, Bowen 2 overs, and Yusuf has had 2. So this is Adams' 3rd over. A wicket for Yusuf Hodge and 1 for Masimba Bowen. So the new batter is Ross Powell, left-handed batter. Looks up and sees this one from Jeffrey Adams pushed into the offside field. There's Powell, and gets off the mark immediately. 51 it is now. 51 for the loss of 2. So Powell just dabbing this one into the offside field and quickly calling through Nordell for a run. So now we see the man going right back on the deep backward square position. There's a man out at mid-wicket as well. So the field, onside field, that is pretty well spread. Here is the off spinner. He's in bows to the batsman. That's Northern Lake. He wants a second run. Will they attempt it? Yes, they're coming back for it. They're coming back for it, and wisely so. Well run. Danny Proctor, a little slow in getting in and not paying attention to the game there. And 2 more runs there to Nordell. Nordell goes to 36. And the score now 53. 53 for 2 in the course of over number 10. Jeffrey Adams has a nice action, nice loop. Gives the ball generous degree of flight. This one is looped up again. This one is hit in the air. The man coming under it, and it's taken. Taken by Yusuf Haj. A good running catch. He had to run to his right. He had to time it correctly. And the ball was going away from him, which made it even more difficult. But he held on to it. So Northern Lake goes for 36. And the score is now 53 for 3 at the end of over number 10. Theodore, Samuel
yes,
Theodore.
It was a very excellent catch here. That ball was moving away from him, and he had to judge it well, steady himself, and took a very brilliant catch. The informer, I would say, batsman Northern Lake has gone for 36. Now it is 53 for 3.
So we are disputing, there's something as to whether a run went away. Is in fact, yes, it was in fact a boundary that should have been given. I think it was a wide. The umpire did not signal for, but our replay has just been showing here by Mega Charles 54 that it was in fact a boundary. So I think the pointers were deprived of a run, of a run. So that is certainly should have been called 4 runs. Should have been called and signaled 4 runs. Again, we are looking at it, the replay here. This one is tucked down to fine leg. The ball hits the rope. Yes, about now goes. I think it hit the rope. Did in fact hit the rope, and that should have been an extra run, but that was not to be. Doc Bryan has joined me here, and Doc at the halfway mark. The pointers sent into bat 53 for 2, losing Northern Lake moments ago for 36. And before him, Leon Lake for 7, and Terrick Newman who didn't score.
Well, I was surprised when they sent out skipper Leon Lake ahead of Ross Powell. I would have expected Ross Powell to come in at 3, and especially with Newman going early, may have wanted Ross Powell to come in and steady the ship, but Leon Lake came in ahead of him, and he didn't trouble the scorers too much. And it's the run scoring has pretty much been done by Northern Lake, who played a good hand opening the batting for the 2nd game in a row. And you know, he's not usually an opener, but he's doing a job for the pointers. He's being the hatchet man, is what I like to call them. Guys just come in at the top of the order and score runs quickly, and then if they get out, okay, because it's not an actual recognized batter that you've lost, similar to what the Calcutta Knight Riders did with Sunil Narayan in the IPL. Just send him up the order, score runs quickly, and if he gets out, you still have your main batting lineup there.
Yeah, it was a little surprising to see Leon coming in that high. And he's not been batting well at all. He's not known to really be a force of the ball. He doesn't hit the ball away. He's not been timing the balls. I saw one full toss that he got there early on from Jeffrey Adams that he should have put away. Missed it completely. So the new batter is Garvey Lake, a powerful hit of the ball. If I know anything about Garvey from the playing wind ball cricket, I know he's a powerful striker. He's there with Ross Powell. Ross Powell is 1. It's 53 for the loss of 2. For the loss of 3 in the start of the 11th over. Over number 11. Launderford will come back. He has 1 to go. Launderford has 1. He's at 3 overs.
I don't believe the 10th over should be finished.
And I don't think the 10th over should be finished.
No.
Our scorer is saying no, yeah. So that is what has been pointed out. So the 10th over is still in progress. Yep. Our scorer, Renford Kelsick, helping out with the scoring here today, and we want to thank him. So it's the Sixers against the Pointers, top of the table clash here. And the bowler, the spinner, Jeffrey Adams. I like his action. Nice jump, nice loop.
He gets good flight on the ball.
Yes, loops the ball very nicely. I like to see that from a young spinner, young off spinner, and has shown good control. And he'll be bowling to Ross Powell on 1. 53 for 3 as he loops this one up again. A good delivery. Powell goes back, initially looking to come onto the front foot, and then going back and pushes the ball up on the offside. This will be the end of over number 10. 10 overs completed. 53 runs scored. 3 wickets going down. Leon Lake for 7. Nordell Lake for 36. And Tarek Newman without scoring. Doc.
Yes, good over there by Jeffrey Adams once again. And what he does well is that he doesn't get much pace on the ball, so the batters have to really manufacture all of the power to get any runs and any distance on the ball. So boundary hitting is very difficult with him. We saw that earlier in the day for India, where it was Deepak Hooda who also bowls right arm off spin. He wasn't putting too much pace on the ball. So he forced the batters to really manufacture their own power to get runs.
And we have to tell you, the catch taken by Yusuf was a very good catch. Well judged. He was running away from the ball, had to reach, had to stretch, had to time it just right, and took a very good catch. So over number 11, and it will be Yusuf to continue. 1 wicket under his belt as he comes in from that far end. He's up there now and bows a good delivery to Garvey. And Garvey comes onto the front, gets a run. Perhaps 2. Yes, he's getting back for the second. So not a good bit of work there by, of all people. And he may get 3. Oh dear, this is not good cricket at all. This is not good cricket. Garvey Lake gets off the mark with 3. To some poor cricket here on the part of the Pointers. Very bad cricket on that occasion there, giving away 3 runs. 56 it is for 3, Doc.
Yes, it should have been a dot ball, really. First, the bowler didn't stop it. Then Munson Hodge coming across from extra cover didn't stop it. Then poor work there on the long off boundary. And poor wicket keeping and backing up. All around poor work from the Farrington Super Sixers.
3 down for 56 to score, the Pointers. This is over number 11. It's been bowled by Yusuf from the southern end of the ground. So really bad cricket there. Bad out cricket all around. And the coach, Charlie Hodge, sitting in the players' area, would not be happy at all with this sort of cricket. And manager Rudolph Proctor for the Sixers. Yusuf with a wicket under his belt. Comes in from the far end and bows this one outside the line of the off stump, and the keeper doesn't stop it. Goes the man at third man gets a boot onto it. A wide is signal by umpire Hodge. 57 it is now for the loss of 3 in the course of over number 11. So the Sixers have kept it tight. The Pointers have not been able to get going. They've been kept in check. They've been reined in. But within the last over 2 years, seen some rather sloppy out cricket coming into play by the Sixers. 57 is the score for the loss of 3. Over number 11, it's been bowled by Yusuf as he comes in now and bows this one outside the off stump. This one peels off the outer portion of the bat, comes down to third man where Danny Proctor is posted. And the batter there in Garvey Lake gets another run. He goes to 4. Ross Powell has 1. Or is it 2, Kelsick? Ross Powell. 59 is the score. 5-9. Ross is on 1. Yeah, so Ross is on 1. Ross Powell. And Garvey has 4. Nordell made 36. Leon Lake 7. And Tarek Newman, the other batter, out. Did not score. 59 is the score for 3. This is over number 11. Being bowled by Yusuf. The bowling now to the left-handed batter in Ross Powell. Yusuf goes in, bows this one to Powell, tucks this one into the onside. Terry Adams goes down, fumbles, and allows the batter to get a run. That's Powell. He goes to 2, and it's now 60 for 3. Just turning the ball easily into the onside. And the fielder going down on his haunches there, trying to get to it a lot quicker. Could not get in there in time and knocked it down in front of him. Yusuf continues. Bowling now to Garvey Lake, who drives powerfully back past the bowler out to the man running off the long off boundary. That's Launderford. And Garvey Lake gets his 5th run. 61 it is now. 61 for the loss of 3. Garvey Lake, I like to see him bat. He's a very powerful hitter of the cricket ball, whether it's wind ball or whatever. Hard ball, as we say. But I like to see him. He puts a lot of power into his strokes. Powell it is now, who's on 2. 61 for 3. Yusuf comes in, both to Powell. Powell swings this one through the onside field. Out to that mid-wicket area. There's a man on the deep wicket boundary. The man on long off comes around, that's Dunderford. And it goes across the rope for 4 runs. So 4 runs there to Powell. He goes to 6, and it's now 65 for the loss of 3. Struck through the onside field powerfully. The man from wide long on ran around to his left. We had the man at deep mid-wicket running to his right. It was Lunderford who got there first, but fumbled it, and the ball went across the rope for 4 runs.
Well, what Powell did well, what he's been continuing to do well, is his placement of his shots has been inch perfect, and yet again continuing in this innings to place the ball well.
Powell 6, Garvey Lake 5, as Yusuf comes in, bows this one. This one is played into the offside field by Powell. Out to the man, Monson in the covers. And there is no run. It's the end of over number 11. So 11 overs completed for the Pointers. They are 65 for the loss of 3, with Garvey Lake on 5 and Ross Powell on 6.
Ross Powell, he's looked good thus far in this APL. He's shown his class with a wonderful half century in his last innings, and he's come back and looked good today. Surprise again that he didn't come in a bit earlier, but he will have the rest of this innings to prove to his coach and his captain as to why he should be batting in his preferred position, really, and in the top of the order, anywhere from 1 to around 3. That's his preferred position from what I've seen of him playing for the Leeward Islands. That's where he likes to bat.
So the off-spinner Jeffrey Adams will be bowled out. This will be his final over, his 4th and final over. He's bowled pretty well. And his captain, Masimba Bowen, yes, thank you, Sambo, deciding to bowling right through. So Jeffrey Adams, the off-spinner, bowling from the commentary box end. He'll be bowling to Garvey Lake. Garvey Lake has got 5. Ross Powell, the non-striker, has got 6. It's 65 for 3. Here is young Jeffrey Adams, the off-spinner. Goes in, bowls a faster, flatter delivery. Garvey Lake hitting across the line. There's a loud appeal of umpire Mitchell Morton. Adams goes down on all 4s, his hands and knees, begging, pleading, but umpire Morton isn't interested. The batsman is not out. Garvey Lake looking to hit that one over mid-wicket, missed it, took it on the pad. Here is young Jeffrey Adams going in once more, right arm over the wicket. This one is fast and hit in the air. Someone is getting under it. Masimba Bowen, the captain, takes it. And Garvey Lake goes for 5, caught on the deep mid-wicket boundary of the bowling of young Jeffrey Adams. It's 65 for 4. Doc Bryan.
Once again, a good bowling from Jeffrey Adams, and yet again, there wasn't much pace on the delivery. So Garvey had to try and manufacture it. He got his timing wrong. It just went sky high and an easy catch for Masimba Bowen. Garvey Lake has to go for 5. Not his best innings, I must say, as yet again, it was just flighted up well by Adams. It was flighted very well by Adams. And Garvey Lake, he likes pace. He likes pace on the ball. He didn't get the pace on the ball he would have wanted, and he just top-edged it, really.
So Garvey Lake goes back into the shed, and the new batter is Cheidyn Carmichael. Carmichael going out with the number 8 on his jersey, also batting in a maroon helmet. It's 65 for 4. The Pointers in over number 12, being bowled by the off-spinner Jeffrey Adams. So Adams looks well. I like the look of him, like what I see. Think he's a good prospect for the future. Has a nice action, nice loop. I love the loop. And he has good control for an off-spinner. Nice, tall, lanky figure. Very slimly built. Looks quite flexible. Number 20 on his jersey. Yes, so the new batter, Cheidyn Carmichael, going out to partner Ross Powell. Powell has 6. And it's 65 for 4. The last man out, Garvey Lake, going for 5. Here is Adams. He goes in on bows this one. Driven in the air, just to the right of the man, Yusuf, at that short extra cover. They want a second, Powell does. But he's sent back quite wisely by Carmichael. Powell goes to 7. And the score is now 66. 66 for 4 in this the 12th over. So Carmichael just doing some repairs to his helmet. Still there. He is the man coming on strike now. Still not quite ready. Now he's ready. Puts his bat up, gets his glove, puts on his left glove, tucks the right glove under his left armpit, bat leaning on his pad. Meantime, the field still pretty much spread. There's a long on, long off. There's a man at point. There's a extra cover, deep extra cover, short fine. Man out on the mid-wicket boundary in the captain, and a deep backward square. Mid-wicket, about three-quarter, not quite three-quarter way, just in the traditional mid-wicket. As Jeffrey Adams goes in and bows this one short, and Carmichael goes back, pushes the ball into the covers. That's Munson picks it up at extra cover, and there is no run. It's 66 for the loss of 4. Garby Lake, last man out for 5, as this one is looped up nicely by the off spinner. And had there been maybe a forward short leg, could have resulted in a catch. But that one looped. I like this young man. I think it's the first time I'm seeing him, and I love what I see. I can see there's quite a bit of talent here with this young man. I could tell you that if he continues, he has somewhere to go. Here is Jeffrey Adams again. Again, not afraid to loop it up. Beautifully bowled, the young man. Beautifully bowled. And Carmichael coming onto the front foot. Wonderful over. And the end of my little stint here. I have to go and reflect on that young off spinner. I love what I see. 66 for the loss of 4. I leave you with Doc Bryan. And then it will be John Millington to continue. But it gives me a little time to look and reflect on young Jeffrey Adams.
Well, Jeffrey Adams was a former teammate of mine playing underage cricket around here, and must say it was fun bowling with him, because what he did is that he always maintained pressure. He was very economical when he bowled, so he allowed me to pick up wickets from the other end. He would always operate from this commentary box end, and I would bowl from the polyclinic end, and he would allow me to pick up wickets by him being so economical. And he is proving today yet again why he was such a highly touted prospect.
It doesn't matter how long he stays away from the game. He just have a knock of taking wickets and bowling well. Just need a few more deliveries to get his act right. It's always been a really good off spinner. Here is Yusuf Haji to bowl to Ross Powell. Yusuf Haji, right arm over the wicket from the central polyclinic end to bowl to the left-handed Ross Powell. Bowl to Powell. Powell is hitting his one. Back pass. Yusuf Haji should have made a bit more desperate effort to get a hand to that one. They're going to come back for a second. Trouble here. And Carmichael gets home. They're looking for a third run. But any thought of that gets back to the crease. And Powell moves on by 2. He's on 8 on to 9. And the total on to 68. 68 for 4. 68 for 4. Powell on 9. Carmichael yet to score. Here is Hodge to bowl to Powell. Bowls to Powell. Powell is hitting this one high, hard, handsome, and he's dropped it. Oh my. It's gone over 6 runs. But I'm not sure why that, Doc, I'm not sure why Masimba Bowen or Daniel Proctor wasn't on the mid-wicket boundary.
I find they're wasting Danny Proctor here at short fine leg. He's standing just in front of me at short fine leg. I think his height would have been a lot more useful down there at the mid-wicket boundary.
Well.
In all courtesies for us. In all courtesies. No. Just be honest.
Well, the umpires are going to the umpires are having a chat, and so we are waiting, and 6-1 signal.
It is 6. The fielder signals 6, so it is going to be 6.
Signal came from the umpire, and his signal is 6 runs. So the total moves on to 74. Powell is on 15. Here is Yusuf Hodge again. He's going to try to dismiss Powell again. To this delivery, he's hitting this one high, hard, down to long on, and over the top of long on. That goes over 6. That's a huge 6. And Powell is on a rampage. You dropped him, you gave him the chance, and it's 12-2.
Well, Ross Powell, he's again, he makes it look so easy because he has so much time, because he gets into position so early. So he can transfer the full weight of his body into his strokes, and he just timed it away over long on. That was a wonderful stroke by Ross Powell.
Score moves on to 80. Ross Powell races on to 21. 21 is Ross Powell. It's 80, 84, 80 for 4. Here is Yusuf Hodge to bowl to Powell, Powell is getting a short one. He's getting off the back of the bat. He was looking to swing it around. Slow delivery. That's getting off the back of the bat and ricocheting there to the wicket keeper on the bounce. No run resulting. Score remains on 80. 84 for 4. 80 for 4. Yusuf Hodge turns at the top of his mark. Walks, then break into his run. Pass umpire Ralph Hodge, bowl to Powell. Powell is walking this one again. That's true backward square. This is going to run close to the fence. You can give up that chase now. It's 4 more. Ross Powell, he is going. Ross Powell is going. He's on 25. And the Pointers are getting that move on.
Again, the placement of that shot was perfect. It's a short fine leg and a deep square leg. He just placed it right in the exact backward square region in order to get the 4 runs he would have wanted. A wonderful shot again by Ross Powell.
Here is Yusuf Hodge again to bowl to Powell. Powell is getting this one straight to Munson Hodge at extra cover. Doesn't throw. Carmichael was looking for the single and was not there. It would have been a suicide run. The over comes on in at the end of over number 13. At the end of over number 13, the Pointers, they are 84 for 4.
A good over again for the Pointers. Currently with Islands player Ross Powell, and a future Leeward Islands player, I must say, in Cheidyn Carmichael, putting on a good partnership thus far. Of course, being led by Ross Powell's big striking, and he looked to continue in this fine vein of form to get the Pointers to a very good total. We saw yesterday that the Beamers, they posted over 140. They got to 144. And the Razor Massives, they chased it down rather easily. So it's shown the track is getting a bit better for batting. It's getting a lot more easier to bat on. And the Pointers, they will look to continue this fine run scoring. We just saw American Eagle there taking off out of Anguilla. Majestic plane, I must say. Wonderful, wonderful plane. Sleek, elegant, and I would love to get a ride on it one day.
Well, it is my hope that one of these days, nothing too far future, that I would be on board that one. Well, it's going to be Daniel Proctor, who's going to be taking up the attack from this commentator's booth in, with number 22 on his back. Just went to a short break. He's back on the field, and he is with ball in hand. Daniel Proctor, the wicket taker. You will hardly see the man Proctor bowling a spell without causing some kind of damage. Carmichael yet to score. He will be facing Daniel Proctor with all sorts of tricks up his sleeve. He has a slow ball. He can swing the ball both ways, and he has a very quick, fast, short ball. Daniel Proctor.
Not only has the slow ball, he has about 65 slow balls.
Daniel Proctor.
Well, down in Port of Spain, Trinidad, it's been delayed by rain, but India, in search of 312 for victory, they are 41 without loss in the course of the 10th over.
And I'm expecting that this game as well, with India replying to 311, it's going to be equally as good as the first one when West Indies chased. They were chasing 308 and got 305.
Yes, it was. Some good ball striking at the end by Shepherd and Hussein, but Shepherd just couldn't get the last crucial boundary on the final delivery.
Here is Daniel Proctor to bowl to Carmichael. He's bowling to man long on, long off, mid-wicket. Deep extra cover, third man out. Here is Proctor to bowl to Carmichael. Bowls to Carmichael. Carmichael is trying to work this one off the pad. Ball coming off the pad. And, you know, there to short mid-wicket. Did he get an edge to it? He got a bat on it. And so Carmichael is off the mark. He's on 1. The total is on to 85. 85 in the course of over number 14. It's 85 for 4. And men gone back. Garvey Lake for 5. Nordell Lake for 36. Newman without scoring. And Leon Lake for 7. It's 85. 85 for 4. Bring the left-handed Ross Powell on strike. Ross Powell looks around the field. Division Leeward Island batsman. Here is Proctor to bowl to Powell. Powell's got this one in the air. Oh, he was playing around the pad and way out in front of him. Got it in the air. And there was no man in there. Terry Adams was nowhere in sight there at short mid-wicket. Powell gets his 26th run. His 26th run. And the total moves on to 86. 86 for 4. Over number 14. Here is Daniel Proctor.
A couple of raindrops starting to fall here. And the JWP, a cloud just blowing a bit to the west of us.
We've lost the blue clouds that we had earlier, and it's really dark. It's overcast, heavily overcast, but
it's blowing quickly.
Not going to stay with us at all. Here is Proctor to bowl to Carmichael. Carmichael's beating all ends up. They don't have an idea as to what went on there, Carmichael, and he rehearsed the shot, but not even that was a correct shot. Absolutely no foot movement, and Carmichael beating all ends up, and that is what you have to be mindful when you're batting. You're really facing Proctor, not the slow ball, the faster ball.
He reminds me of Dwayne Bravo in that sense. Bravo, he did have some pace, even though he had a good slower ball on him.
Here is Proctor to Carmichael. Carmichael is driving straight to extra cover. Finds Manson Hodge in the way. On score remains on 86. 86 for 4. Daniel Proctor and a cool good over so far. Just 1 run so far in this over. Daniel Proctor to bowl to Carmichael. Carmichael is beating all ends up. Carmichael doesn't have an idea of what is going on in the middle. And not an idea at all. Well, is it the real thing? Is the raindrops in his eyes?
I think Danny Proctor is just too good for him right now.
Well, I'm just trying to find an excuse why he's not seeing. Or Daniel Proctor is bowling with a marble.
Might just be that.
Here is Daniel Proctor to bowl to Carmichael. Bowls to Carmichael. Carmichael is getting a slow ball, and he's running it out to backward point. He's gonna get his second run. He's on 2, and the total moves on to 87. At the end of over number 14, the pointers, they are 87 for 4, and the rain is getting a little harder, but no. The umpires are not worried at all. Umpire Ralph Hodge is walking into his standing position. It's blowing off. It is blowing away. It is blowing away.
You can see towards the east, it's clearing up a bit. It's blowing very quickly out towards the west.
Yes, the east is very clear. If we look to the east of us, it's very clear. And normally, if the rain is going to come in, it's going to come in hard from the north. At times, it come either from the east or from the north, and neither are threatening at this moment.
We know in Anguilla, the rain always comes from either the east or the north, and if you look to your east and to your north, it's pretty blue out there. And so the umpires aren't quite worried. Neither of the ground staff. Bobby Blackie's just down there lounging around, not quite concerned at all.
Indeed. It's going to be Sambo, captain of the Super Sixers, who's going to be taking up the attack from the Central Polyclinic and taking over from Yusuf Hodge. He's going to be bowling to, this is his third over. He's going to be bowling to Carmichael. Bowls to Carmichael. Carmichael is getting one that is looking to dab, but he got the under edge and that trickled back down the track. But Masimba bowling, feeling his follow through, couldn't prevent the single very quickly. Powell was through. Carmichael gets his third run, and the total in over number 15 goes on to 88. 88 it is. 88 for 4. There's a change in field here. The third man is going back. The fine legger coming up. Masimba Bowen looking to send back the dangerous Ross Powell. Ross Powell taps away. Waits for Masimba Bowen. Can Masimba Bowen send him back? Bowen pass umpire ball to Powell. Powell is driving a full toss, a low full toss, driving down to long off. Gets one. Hodge sends the return. Can't prevent the single. Total moves on to 89. Ross Powell on to 27. 27 is Ross Powell. In Sri Lanka at 300 and odd.
30 for 8 at the close of play.
At the close of play for 6. Here is Bowens, the ball to Carmichael. Carmichael to the delivery is coming forward and working this one nicely off the pad. They've gone for one. We'll come back for a second with ease. And that's good running. Well played with soft hands. Just working it off the pad. Getting it to square leg, the vacant square leg for 2. They are into the 90s. They are 91. There's pointers. 5 is a Carmichael.
That's what I'm correct. They were 315 for 6 at the close of play. 315 for 6 for Sri Lanka.
As we watch Bowen, turns at the top of his mark. He walks and breaks into his run. Passes umpire Ralph Hodge, bowls to Carmichael. Carmichael is get hit in this one down on the outside of the track. They get one. We'll come back for a second now. Good work there by Yusuf Hodge. Carmichael gets his 6th run, and the total moves on to 92. 92 for 4 over number 15. With 5 to go after this one. What can they get up to? 160, Doc?
I would, if Ross Powell stays there, I would say so.
Well, if Ross Powell stays there, we are looking at 175. It's going to be Ross Powell. Taps away, waits for Masimba Bowen. When Masimba Bowen gets there, Powell is walking it off the pad. Bryson gets in from short mid-wicket field. 1 to Powell. He moves on to 28, and the total moves on to 93. 93 for 4. Over number 15 in progress. The rain has subsided, and we are having this slight breeze. It's a ball that is turned short mid-wicket by Carmichael. Gets 1. At the end of over number 15, Carmichael is on 7. His not-out partner is Powell. He's on the 28. It's 94 for 4.
94 for 4, the score. And they're in a good position to explode. Ross Powell, he's just getting himself set, and I suspect that he'll look to open his shoulders after this over. Let's try and knock the ball around for this one, then try to open the shoulders and clear the boundary a few more times after this one. From about 16 to 20 is what people like to call the death overs. And I think that's where Ross Powell will look to explode.
Well, for the bowlers, they are the death overs. For the batsmen, they are the happy hours. So Powell will look to enjoy the latter overs. Will he be able to stay there? Proctor and the Farrington Super Sixers will have different ideas, though. They will want to dearly see the back of Powell. He can be very, very dangerous. A destructive batsman, Ross Powell, in the latter part of the innings.
I don't know if there's a better death bowler in Anguilla than Danny Proctor.
No, I've not come across one at all. Never come across a better death bowler in Anguilla so far. Here is Daniel Proctor to bowl to Carmichael. Bowls to Carmichael. Carmichael is pushing this one straight up to extra cover. Can't score. Manson Hodges in its way. That ball goes into a score book, and the man Kelsick is doing a tremendous job. Taking over from Livingston Clifton, who has left about 3 weeks now. I wish him the very best. Wherever he is, here is Proctor to bowl to Carmichael. Carmichael is going back and looking to swing this one around. Doesn't make contact. Ball not taken cleanly by the wicketkeeper. Ricochet not too far from him. He was able to regain his composure and pick the ball up. No run resulting. Score remains on 94. 2 dot balls so far in this 16th over. Looking to set a score here for Farrington Super Sixers to chase. The top of the table clash. It's the Super Sixers taking on the Pointers. Here is Daniel Proctor to bowl to Carmichael, who's driving powerfully down to long off. They've gone for one. We'll come back for a second, and it's going to get it easily too. 2 run resulting. Good feeling there from the youngster. Carmichael score moves on to 9. Powell is on 28, and the total moves on to 96. They're inching closer to the century mark. Over number 16. 96 it is. Here is Proctor to bowl to Carmichael, who's looking to pull. And a loud appeal. Not out, says umpire Martin. Leg by, he says umpire Martin. Total moves on to 97. 97. At the end of this over, the man Sambo will slip into the comments box, and the man Doc will take us home. 97 for 4. Over number 16 being bowled. 28 is Powell. 9 is Carmichael. As Mr. Bowen comes back on the, it's a long off boundary. It's a long off mid-wicket. Short mid-wicket on the boundary. Fine leg. Short third. Here is Proctor to bowl to Powell. Powell is just going back, and when it's there to man at backward point, it's a single. And that's all he's going to get. Getting off strike. Total inches even so close. 98. You're looking to get 100, and then we'll leave the likes of Powell and the other batsmen to come. We'll look to really go from there. Powell is on 29. 29 is Powell. 98 for 4. Here is Proctor to bowl to Carmichael. Pass umpire Morton, bowl to Carmichael. Carmichael is again missing this one. Not sure at all what Proctor is bowling to Carmichael. The end of over number 16, and at the end of 16, the Pointers, they are 98 for 4. Carmichael is on 9. Powell is on 29, and it is going to be the man Doc who is going to take us ball by ball as Sambo slips into the comments chair.
Well, what I will say is that Danny Proctor, he is a death bowler specialist. He will have 2 to bowl in the death. And I suspect that Ross Powell will try to hold on to as much strike as possible when Danny Proctor is bowling, because Carmichael is definitely not picking up the line and length that Proctor has been bowling at. It's 98, the score 98 for 4, I believe. As Carmichael and Ross Powell are the 2 batters in the middle. And it's going to be Captain Musimba Bowen to bowl his final over. It's going to be Musimba Bowen from the Polyclinic again. He'll be coming around the wicket to the left-handed Ross Powell. We're going to commence over number 17. It's 98 the score, as Bowen, the captain, breaks into his run now around the wicket to bowl to Ross Powell. This one is wide out of the off stump and will be called as such. He was trying to force Powell to use his arm's reach to try and get to that one there, but he was a bit too wide. He will have to refire that one. That moves the score to 99. They are inching closer to 100. Still yet to see a ball bowled, a legal ball bowled in the 17th over. Bowen into bowl to Powell, and Powell is back in his crease. He's driving powerfully down to long on. It will just be a single. And Powell moves on to 30, and the 100 has been raised. It's 100 for 4 here after 17.1 overs. 16.1 overs, sorry. The 16.1 overs, the 100 has been raised. Good batting thus far with the Pointers. They have a very good platform to look to build off of in these death overs. Bowen breaks into his run. This time over the wicket to the right-hander, Cheidyn Carmichael. Carmichael's bowled. Good inward movement there by Masimba Bowen. Very good inward movement. Carmichael played all around that one, and his middle stump has been rocked back. Carmichael has to go for 9.
Yes, it was a very good delivery by Bowen, which cut back in and hit the center stump. A very good ball indeed. And Carmichael played all over it, and he was comprehensively bowled.
It was a wonderful delivery by Bowen because he got good movement off of that one. He got very good inward movement. As it looks like a change of gloves is being brought for Ross Powell. And it's going to be Randy Gomez, I believe, will be the new batter. Looks like it's going to be Randy Gomez who's going to be the new batter, the wicketkeeper batter. He's a very good wicketkeeper from what I've seen, but we've not got much of a chance to see him bat.
Yes, this would be my first time seeing Gomez batting, but he is quite capable of playing some handsome strokes through the gun and in the infield.
You can see there the inward movement, the brilliant inward movement, and what he did well there, Bowen, that he used the wind to his advantage because the wind drifted it away from the right-hander, and his movement, his inswing took it back in to the right-hander and got the man Carmichael playing all the way down the wrong line. 100 for 5, the score, as both Newman and Garvey Lake are still on the field of play. The helmet is being sent off by Ross Powell. Well, I don't know how much I recommend that when you have Mr. Bowen bowling to you.
Well, it would appear that he is all ready to do the slug sweep and the hook shots of Bowen.
Well, I would hope he can hook. I would definitely hope he can hook, because Masimba Bowen is not afraid to bowl the short ball, and he generates some serious pace. I wouldn't recommend batting without a helmet, but he decided that he's going to take that chance. It's going to be Gomez who's on strike. Bowen into bowl to Randy Gomez, and to this delivery, Gomez is clipping it into the leg side and getting a single. Immediately off the mark, the score moves on to 101. 101 for 5. And now Ross Powell, batting helmetless, is going to take strike. And I wouldn't be surprised if Bowen decided to bend his back a bit and taking a short one. Wouldn't be surprised at all. Bowen, he's an aggressive bowler. He likes to intimidate batters. Bowen now over the wicket into bowl to Powell. This one is Fuller, and the Powell drives into the offside and gets a single. Powell on to 31, the score on to 102. 102 for 5 in the course of this, the 17th over. Being bowled by the captain Masimba Bowen from that Southern Central Polyclinic end. The clouds that we saw earlier have drifted all the way down into the west. And some partly cloudy skies, but a lot more blue than we saw a few moments ago. Bowen and now to bowl to Gomez. Gomez is clipping it down towards the long on boundary, where the fielder Yusuf Hodge will return it. Hesitation, but very good running by Ross Powell. He got himself home. 2 more runs to Gomez. He moves to 3. The score is on to 104.
It was very good running here by the 2 batters. Very good indeed by forcing that 1 into 2.
Well, just been informed, just saying that there's a 70% chance of rain later in the day as the trough is moving into the region. As there comes a ball into ball to Gomez, a slow delivery. He drives it down towards the long off boundary. He will get 1. He wants a second. There will be no second, however. As it looks like Landeford on the long off boundary did the fielding. Just a single. Gomez moves to 4. And at the end of 17, it's 105 for 5.
You see, when we started, I predicted that we would get about 130. It is still in reach for the Blowing Point Stars here. Still able to get 130, 140.
Well, it's going to be Danny Proctor to continue. He's going to bowl out, I would suspect. He's going to bowl this the 18th and then bowl the 20th. And does Landeford have another overscorer? Landeford has 1 more, right? I think Landeford has 1 more, and I suspect he'll be coming back from the polyclinic end for that 1 over. So I suspect it's going to be Proctor, Landeford, then Proctor to finish out. 3 overs left. Proctor in conversation with Monson Hodge. Hodge, Louis Island's cricketer. Louis Island's vice captain, I believe, former Louis Island's vice captain. Would have played for the West Indies A, if I remember correctly, as well. I believe he would have opened the batting for the West Indies A.
Well, Proctor is a very deceptive bowler. He has a very slow ball and then a very quick one of that very short run. So it is Proctor.
As Gomez taking his guard. So he wants a guard on about middle stump. Just adjust his glove, adjust his helmet. Surveying the field. A very spread field. Just 4 men in as Proctor's in now to bowl to Gomez. Covering up, blocking it back down to the bowler for no run. So long off, a long on, a deep square leg, deep third man, and a sweeper on the offside boundary. Short extra, short mid wicket, short fine leg, and a cover point. The man in the circle. Gomez taps away. Proctor walks back to his mark, turns now. Waits for his fielder mid wicket to go a bit squarer. He's in now, Proctor, and bowling to Gomez, who's driving powerfully down the ground. And the captain Bone comes off the long run boundary to do the fielding. It's just 1 to Gomez. He's on to 5. The score is on to 106. 106, the score for 5 wickets. As Proctor is in now. Field shifting over to the left-hander, Powell. Powell waits for the field to get ready. Now the third man is in the circle. Suspect Proctor will be close to the body of Powell. Proctor into bowl to Powell. Slow delivery. Powell opens up, drives it into the offside, straight to the extra cover fielder in Monson Hodge for a single. He's on to 32. Yet to see Powell really open his shoulders. The score is at 107. He's not really looked to go for an expansive shot. He does have 2 and a bit overs to get the pointers to that 130 mark. Danny Proctor now into his run, past the umpire to bowl to Gomez. Gomez is driving it down to the long on boundary, where Bowen will do the fielding. They'll come back for a second. That's good running. They do get 2. Scores on to 109. Gomez is on to 7. Powell is 33, I believe. 32. 32 is Ross Powell. So Ross Powell is 32. His scoring rate has dropped quite significantly. As Danny Proctor waits for Gomez to tap away. Gomez is tapping now. And Proctor breaks into his run-up. A short run-up, and it's outside of the off-stump. Bottom edge down to a short fine leg. They do get a single. Gomez on to 8. Danny Proctor has pulled the good over thus far. As Ross Powell is back on strike. It's 110 for 5. 110 for 5, the score for the Blowing Point Pointers. Ross Powell in division, he is on 32. And he waits for the field to get set. 5 men in the ring, 4 men out of it. As here comes Proctor out to bowl to Powell. Powell gets a full toss, can't do much with it, can only drive it down to long on. They're coming back for the second. Gomez is quick, he will get to him. Powell will get to him as well. That's 2 runs to Powell, he moves to 34.
Yes, it was still a wonderful over by Danny Proctor, in which we say that he kept his line and his lane very good. Proctor is a very deceptive bowler. He has an extra pace and extra quick bowlers at times.
So out in Port of Spain, India, they are 53 for 1 in search of 312 for victory against the West Indies. Not the fastest start, I will say, pretty much an opposite to the West Indies power play, where Kyle Mayers was going guns blazing before he was dismissed. You know, Kyle Mayers, he is a very good opening batter, and he's been showing it recently. A couple good knocks that he's played. But the West Indies, they will look to defend the total of 312. They have not had the best form really recently in ODI cricket, being completely whitewashed by Bangladesh in the previous ODI series.
You see, they played like they didn't have a clue of what was happening against Bangladesh, but here against India, they have picked up reasonable.
I must say, West Indies, they have a severe problem playing left arm spin that we'll talk about more over the break. It's going to be Landeford, as I suspected, coming back from the polyclinic end to bowl the final over of his allotted quota. He's bowled 3 overs thus far and about to bowl his 4th. It's going to be Landeford to bowl the 19th, then Proctor to bowl the 20th. 112 for 5. Gomez sets. Landeford breaks into his runner. Landeford into bowl to Gomez. Gomez is swiping. Gomez is missing. It's a dot ball.
You see, Gomez threw everything at that ball but did not connect. And here the batters are having a mid-wicket conference and some advice to him.
Yes, we know that Ross Powell would want the strike. He would want to face the young man Landeford. Landeford would have just recently made it to the Leeward Islands on the 17 side, I would believe. Here's Landeford now. Right arm over the wicket as Gomez will step away. Landeford will have to make that run once again. The right arm quick ball out of a St. Martin. He generates some good pace for his young age, just about 16 years old, if that old. Generates some very good pace. Gets good bounce as well. Still has a bit of work to do on control, but he will get that as time goes on in his career. Landeford into bowl to Gomez. Gomez gets one off the outside edge. May have steered it down to third man. It's just a single. 113 the score now. As Gomez is on to 9. Ross Powell, who's 34, is on strike. Ross Powell, they will shift over the field, the left-handed batter. There's a very large gap behind the square. Just the short third man in the ring, and then nobody else behind the square of the wicket. So Powell has that entire region to pick a gap through. They've packed the offside, so Landeford will have to be wide of the off stump. He can't afford to straight down the leg side because Powell will have easy pickings. Landford into ball to Ross Powell. And Powell is driving powerfully down towards extra cover. Molson Hodge, his teammate in the Leeward Islands setup, does the fielding. It's just a single. 35 the score for Powell. The score for the Pointers is 114. 114 here in this, the penultimate over. As it's a Landford. Landford, the right arm quick, comes in out the ball to Randy Gomez, and Gomez is completely beaten for pace there. Couldn't even get the bat down in time. Luckily for him, it missed his stumps. Can't afford to be leaving balls alone at this stage of the innings. Score remains at 114. It's been good death bowling by the Farrington so far. Bowen, Landford, and Proctor. As here comes Landford into ball to Gomez. Gomez is driving down to extra cover. It is a single. Gomez on 10. He's into double digits now. The score is on to 115. 1-1-5 for 5. Gomez, the wicketkeeper batter, is there with Ross Powell. Powell is on 35. Gomez is 10. As Landford is tossing the ball from hand to hand, waiting for his third man to get onto the boundary and for his final to come into the circle. It's Landford. Breaks into his run now. Passes the umpire to bowl to Ross Powell. And it's short, and Powell clobbles it, but straight to the man in Adams there at the square leg boundary. Just a single. He couldn't get it behind square where he would have wanted. Just a single, and at the end of 19 overs, it's 116 for 5.
Yes, it was a very good over by Langford, where we saw he woke up some pace in that over. Still a very young man, and he will be very quick in days to come.
116 for 5. Danny Proctor to finish out this innings. Proctor, the right-arm medium pacer. Reminds me a lot of a player I would have seen playing for Montserrat and the Leeward Islands, Quinton Boatswain, in a sense that he is a death bowler and also swings the ball both ways and hits the ball very far. They're both built similarly as well, both very powerfully built young men. And we've seen both swim for the Leeward Islands, being a big hitter and bowling at the death, picking up wickets. And that's exactly what Danny Proctor does here for Anguilla and for the Farrington. Here's Proctor into bowl to Ross Powell. And Powell is clipping it down towards the square leg boundary. They want two. Powell is going to come back and make it home rather easily. He's on to 38, Powell. The score's on to 118. 118 is the score as Powell is waiting for Danny Proctor. Gets into his stance and taps away. Waiting for Proctor. Proctor now passes the umpire, moves it into ball, and Ross Powell going for the scoop shot. Didn't make contact, and a good wicket keeping there by Carter, I believe, behind the stumps. Prevents them from getting any buys. Stuck his right hand down well, did Carter. So that's 2 runs from 2 deliveries. 2 from 2 in this final over. The 1 point pointers, they're 118 for 5. As here comes Danny Proctor now into ball to Ross Powell. And Powell is hitting it straight to mid-wicket, and it has been put down. It has been put down at short mid-wicket. Looks like Terry Adams, the man there, who stuck on a left hand that was struck powerfully, but he couldn't hold on.
Yes, he tried hanging on to it, but it was struck firmly, and he stuck out his left hand and in and out.
3 from 3 is the result. 3 runs from 3 deliveries in this final over. They're 119 for 5. Can they get 11 off these last 3 to get to that 130. It's Danny Proctor waiting on Randy Gomez to get ready. Gomez taps away now. Proctor into ball to Randy Gomez. Gomez gets a bottom edge that will go down to a short fine leg, and it's just a single. The 120 has been raised there, 120 for 5. 2 deliveries left in this innings. Gomez is 11. Ross Powell is on 39. The leading scorer in this innings for the Pointers. Powell is 39, and Lauderdale Lake, he went for 36. Changing the field, shifting his third man a lot squarer. His fine leg, sorry, a lot squarer. Fine leg and more of a backward square position as Proctor's into ball to Powell, carving it over the offside. That's into the extra cover gap. That's 4 runs. Wonderful placing by Ross Powell into the extra cover boundary between the long off and the deep cover fielder for 4.
Yes, it was a very beautiful stroke indeed. He leaned into it and hit it through the covers for 4. Lovely stroke indeed.
4-3 for Ross Powell. 124 the score, with I think just 1 delivery left in this innings. Just the 1 delivery left in this innings. Ross Powell, he more likely will not get to his half century. As here comes Proctor into ball to Powell. Slow delivery, and he has knocked him over. Danny Proctor has gotten the last laugh. He has knocked over Ross Powell with a bonus delivery. Powell is gone for 43. That's the end of the innings, and the Pointers end on 124 for 6.
Yes, they went very steadily, so that the Farrington Stars, to win this game, they would just have to score just about 6.04 runs and over. Just knock that ball around with the likes of Masimba Bowen, with Yusuf Hodge, and they could get that very easily.
Well, you would think so, but what the Pointers do have is spinners. They have spinners in abundance. And Newman, Herbert, and Carmichael. That trio is going to be, it will more than likely be the difference maker between these two sides. And we haven't even mentioned Northern Lake.
Yes, a very good spinner indeed, very good. He's not afraid to flight that ball. He bowls very flighty, and he gets swings on that ball.
What they have is good balance. They have 2 left-arm spinners and 2 right-arm spinners. Lake and Herbert, the right-arm offies, and Carmichael and Newman will be bowling their left-arm spinner. And I know that Carmichael, I suspect he will be the main wicket taker today for the Pointers if they were to have, and they are saying this encounter on his best effort with the bat, but I think he'll have a lot to say with the ball on this surface.
That surface is still a pretty bowling surface. It has stayed true to its calling. It will be a lot of spinners, a lot of swing here this afternoon.
Now the semi-finals of this Anguilla Premier League will be taking place next week Saturday, I do believe. The 2 games will be taking place both on Saturday, I think, and then the finals will be on Sunday.
So who do you think would be in this final?
124.
I suspect that the final will look something like the game we're seeing today at the GRWP. I suspect that these two sides, the Super Sixers and the Pointers, would want to have a replay of this game in the final, but there will always be another twist to the tail, and Island Harbour is a massive, and they have looked like they've swung themselves into form in that last game there with Sharon Peters scoring one of the best 60s, one of the best innings I've seen played here at the GRWP. Sheer power, brutal hitting from Sharon Peters. He's gotten himself into form very quickly and at a crucial time And we've not even seen the best of Kenroy David or Sean Hodge in this tournament.
Yeah, but the pointers and the sixers have played very well throughout the entire tournament.
And we also know the Beamers, they will have their share as well. And when you have players with the quality of Akeem Saunders, they will definitely be in with a shout. So the four sides that have made semi-finals, they are all with a very good shout of making the final. Both Island Harbour, Stony Ground, as well as Bryan Point and Farrington all have very good sides on paper. And I believe the difference maker is who will be available on the day to come over and play. From the overseas, we saw that Rizza Masses, they were without Akeem Charles in their last game. Their premier spinner outside of Rolando Wright, he was unavailable for their last game, as well as the previous game where they would have been blitzed, I must say, by the Foreign Stars, being dismissed for about 50 odd and having those runs chased after 5 and something overs.
Yes, it was very good indeed. But here we see that the Blowing Point Stars, I fancy them going into the finals.
I don't like to call anything because cricket is a game of glorious uncertainty. And we have seen that Island Harbour, they seem to like playing against Blowing Point. They seem to they love playing against Blowing Point. They seem to put out some of their best performances when they play Blowing Point. And Stony Ground, they seem to like playing against the Farrington. We know that the Stony Ground Beamers, they like playing against the Farrington. And we've not seen the best of Dion Burton either from the Stony Ground Beamers. And we would hope that he can swing himself into form like he was in the Dominica Premier League, where he would have scored a few half centuries, would have been among the leading scorers in the Dominican competition. And playing some very good cricket down there in Dominica, his home country, I believe.
You see, I know the Burtons back home. They have an entire team with all Burtons.
You know, like good, there were 3 or 4 Burtons playing in this tournament. You have Richard Burton of the Razor Masses, you have Dion Burton, you have Kay Burton from the Foreign Stars. So many Burtons playing in this tournament.
And there is also the father here, Clemus Burton, who can also play cricket very well.
Exactly.
But let us wait and see what will happen in the second half, because I have learned in cricket.
I don't know who playing who.
I have learned in cricket that runs on the board are runs on the board. And any runs on the board are runs on the board. You see, I always believe that runs on the scores, you have to get it. And it will be 10 wickets for the Pointers. And it will be 125 runs for the Farrington Stars.
Well, over in the Port of Spain, India, they have lost their second wicket. Shubman Gill is now gone. He was batting well. He made it to 43 from 49 before he was dismissed. Cotton ball by Kyle Mayers. The one he also went early. Went for 13 from 31. 2 wickets have fallen. Shepherd and Mayers, the wicket takers. They are 67 for 2 after 16 overs. So they will require 245 from 34 overs. They're currently going at 4.18 runs an over. They need to get to 7.6 runs an over. So it's a tall order. You know, if there's any team that has a deep batting lineup and can chase down any total, it's India.
Yes, on Friday I watched that game. And one time I believed that West Indies was going to get it. And then the final bowler for India, he kept his cool. He kept his cool.
Yes, he did. It was the man, was it Siraj who bowled the last over? I will get that for you momentarily. It was Mohamed Siraj who bowled the last over, with the West Indies requiring 15 from it. He did go for 1 boundary, 1-4, but that was the only boundary he bowled in the over. And the West Indies, they fell by just 3 runs. They fell They needed 4 from the last over and only getting 1. They required 3 more runs of victory. They got also close. It was Shepherd and Hussein who were batting brilliantly at the end to get them close to the total after Kyle Mayers scored a half-century earlier in the day for the West Indies. But today it was the Shea Hope show. Hope with his playing his 100th ODI got to a century, a brilliant century to keep the innings together, and Nicholas Pooran, who at one stage was at about 30-something odd from 57 deliveries, raced to 73 from 77, playing a brilliant innings to get the West Indies to 311. Early in the day, we saw that the England and South Africa game was rained out. The Cock was batting well. He was in about 92 not out. Well, that game was rained out. The match was abandoned. So they have split the series. They split the series, I believe, 2-2. And when I left home, the New Zealand and Ireland game was going on. And New Zealand were about 2 down. Finn Allen had just been dismissed. And they had lost another wicket as well. I will get the scorecard for you in a few as well. The 2 batters are out in the middle for the Farrington. Again, we'll get that score of the Ireland and New Zealand game for you in a moment. It's going to be spinner for the Pointers. Ireland, they scored 174 for 6 from their 20 overs. New Zealand, they chased down. They got to 180 for 4 with 6 balls remaining. So a very comprehensive victory once again. Glenn Phillips scoring a half-century for New Zealand. Supported well by Darren Mitchell, who got to 48. It looks like it's going to be Turk Newman, the opening bowler. And Newman be coming in now. The first delivery is cut away towards the Pointer region. It's going to be a single. So Monson Hodge is off the mark immediately. Hodge and Yusuf Hodge, the opening batters for the Farrington. The 2 brothers, Monson and Yusuf.
Yes, it's a very good combination of the 2 brothers, Yusuf and Monson. Monson being the older brother, and he gives advice to his younger brother.
So Monson is the Leeward Islands opening batter, the former Leeward Islands vice captain. Former West Indies A cricketer. Newman into bowl to Yusuf Hodge, however. Hodge is driving straight down the ground, and he'll pick up a single as well. So 1 for Monson, 1 for Yusuf. They are 2 without loss after 2 deliveries. Newman, the left-arm spinner, has a slip in place. Long off, deep cover, the men out. Newman into bowl to Monson Hodge. He's short and it's slapped down towards the long off boundary. That's going to be another single. Score moves on to 3. Score moves on to 3 for the Farrington, as Newman is in now to bowl to Yusuf. This time he tried to cut. That one was a lot quicker along the ground. It was flatter and faster by Tarek Newman. Very clever bowling by Newman. Yusuf Hodge is waiting on Newman. Newman now to bowl to Hodge. This one is a cutaway through the cover point region. That's a wonderful shot up and over. He gets 4. Good timing there by Yusuf Hodge. 2 short by Newman. It's 4 runs to the Farrington Super Sixers. They opened their boundary count with a 4.
Yes, it was a wonderful stroke by Yusuf Hodge. He was not afraid to play that shot, and it went into the boundary for 4 runs.
Yusuf Hodge races to 5. The Super Sixers, they are 7. 7 without a loss. Here comes Newman once again. It was again flat and fast. Bounced just a bit, forced Hodge onto the back foot. So dot ball to end the over, and at the end of the first over, they are 7 without loss.
You say scoring at that rate, they will end up at about 15 overs, and they would make light work of that scoring to score at 7 runs and over. But I would want to see that the pointers will pull back because there are a lot of spinners in their side.
Yes, there are a lot of spinners in that pointer setup. They have Newman, they have Carmichael, they have Northern Lake, and they have Andrew Herbert. They also have Samuel Connor, who can bowl some spin if they need it. But it's going to be Rian Solomon who's going to take a new ball, as we've come to expect from this commentary box and the left-arm pacer.
Welcome once again to the James
Solomon is about a medium pacer, not too fast but very accurate. Hits good areas, and he's very economical in the power play.
You see, there is something about the left-arm bowlers in the life of Wasim Akram and all the left-handers. They are bowling very well, I would say.
There's so many left-handers. You know, Pakistan, they're famous for their left-arm pacers, from the likes of Wasim Akram and Junaid Khan to Mohammed Amir and Shaheen Shah Afridi. They are famous for their left-arm pacers. They seem to produce left-arm pacers like no other country. They're a factory of left-arm pacers over there in Pakistan. Similar to Bangladesh. Bangladesh produce left-arm spinners. They are a factory of left-arm spinners. They can put out a bowling lineup of about 5 or 6 left-arm spinners in one team. They have the likes of Nurul Hassan, Shakib Al Hassan. They have so many left-arm spinners that their right-arm off in Mehdi Hassan, he's like an anomaly. One of the rare right-arm off spinners you would see coming from Bangladesh. The third wicket has fallen for India. They're now 83 for 3. Solomon into bowl now to Hodge. Hodge is covering up and bounces just over the head of Solomon, but they will not get a run. Samuel Connor does the fielding. So Monson Hodge, the opening batter, he is on 2 from 3 deliveries thus far. As here comes Solomon in now to bowl to Monson Hodge, who's trying to time it to the offside. Got a bit of work there at the short cover, well, at the cover region. It's no run. Well, the top 3 have fallen for India. The entire top 3 have fallen. I think it was Surya Kumar Yadav who has fallen now. That's a big wicket, I must say.
Yes, it is. Very good. He's very strong.
Yes, so Surya Kumar Yadav, Shikhar Dhawan and Shubman Gill, who have all fallen for India. It will rely heavily on Sanju Samson and Shreyas Iyer if they were to get these 312 runs for victory. Here comes Solomon into bowl to... No, he's actually got to have to recalibrate that run-up. Misses run-up a bit there. Got the jump a bit wrong, so he decided not to deliver that one. 7 without loss in the course of the second over. Rian Solomon, left arm over the wicket to bowl to Monson Hodge. Hodge is pulling this one, and he will get 4 rather easily. No one is there. There's nobody deep on the leg side. Short by Solomon and punished by Monson Hodge.
You say you cannot afford to bowl short to Monson, who plays the pull shot and the cut shot. You cannot. Yeah, he plays it very well, and he did that very well with no effort into the boundary for 4.
Not at Solomon's pace. Solomon doesn't have the pace to be bowling short to a batter of Monson Hodge's caliber. It would be a gift. It was a gift to him, and Hodge said thank you very much. Well, I must say that the field placing by Leon Lake, it's not ideal to Solomon right now, because Solomon, his natural swing is into the right hander first of all, and the breeze from east to west is blowing the ball back into the right hander as well. Yet there are only 3 men on the leg side, and none of them are deep. Solomon over the wicket into bowl to Monson Hodge. Ooh, that's a serious bounce, and it's going to drop just in front of Randy Gomez. Well, he generated some sailing bounce off the surface. That ball ran up off a length.
Yes, it was very good pace in this, which surprised Munson Hodge. And if there was forward short leg, there would be a very good catch indeed. Very surprised indeed.
That ball reared up off a length. Well, he would have smelt the leather on that occasion there. He would have definitely smelt the leather on that occasion. Solomon generating some serious pace. He has good height, so he will get bounce. But he generated some shocking pace there, some unexpected pace. As it's going to be Rion Solomon in now to bowl to Munson Hodge. This one keeps a bit low, and Hodge drives it into the offside for no runner. Well, the first one reared up off a length, and this one pretty much a similar length stayed lower. Well, this pitch, it's really, it's too paced, it's uneven, it's difficult to bat on. I must say, especially in the second innings for these teams, it gets difficult to bat on. Solomon in now to bowl to Hodge. That one again stayed low. It again stayed low off the bottom edge of Hodge's bat. Luckily he made contact, because that could have spelled danger, because he was well on his back foot and that ball stayed very low.
Yes, that ball stayed low and he was there leaning on his back foot. If there was no bat,
it's off, stumbles out of the ground. Yes. Well, that's the end of the over. Very eventful over, but it's 12 without loss. 12 without loss here at the JRWP. And it's going to be Newman to continue. And I think the Pointers, they may be thinking about possibly having included another pacer in their attack. With, you can see the way the Subs is playing right now, they would have maybe wanted another pacer in there to provide a bit more variety rather than having the four-pronged spinner attack. Here comes Newman into bowl, and this one's left alone outside the line of the off stump by Munson Hodge.
You see, they would have missed Dylan Mussington to be in this lineup also.
Yes, you know, Mussington, he is dealing with some health issues right now, as Newman is in now, and this one is driven, and it's just over the head of point and just short of the deep cover for a single. A press goal to the Mussington family, as Delano, he's dealing with some health concerns. Eight for Munson Hodge, 13 the score. As it's Newman into bowl to Yusuf. Yusuf is driving down the ground. It's a single.
Yes, we are slightly overcast now, which would help the ball to swing, because it's overcast right now here at the JRW.
Yes, an upper level trough is in the region, so there will be rain in the area. As here comes Newman once again, whipped away. Wonderful shot by Munson Hodge. That's going to be 4. Just whipped away off his hip. Easy as you like. 4 more runs to Munson Hodge.
Yes, he played that stroke very well indeed. Munson plays very square at the wicket, and he just leaned in it and flicked it for 4 runs. 4 runs was written all over it from the time it left.
Too short by Newman. It's been a bit too short in this spell of bowling, I must say. It's a tad bit too short and not generating enough pace to be bowling that short. If he's going to be that short, he has to be quicker through the air. That was just easy pickings, as now another man has been put into the leg side. It's Newman around the wicket between into bowl to Hodge, and Munson is driving down to long off. It's a single. Goes on to 19 without loss. In search of 125 to win. As Newman is in again to bowl to Yusuf now, and Yusuf is pushing into the offside. No run. So at the end of over number 3, and they are 19 without loss.
19 without loss.
Well, we're into an interesting period of the game here, with the Super Sixers looking to knock runs off in quick time. But we're seeing some concerns raised about the field placing. For example, in the last over, we saw Solomon, the fast bowler, bowling left arm over the wicket with just 3 men on the onside, and not one of the players on the onside were even back. We saw the pitch again behaving with some varying bunks. We saw one nasty lifter in the last over, and then 2 other deliveries just kept on the carpet.
It's going to be Salman again. Yeah, but it's run. Well, that was a nasty delivery.
Oh, yes, it was.
It was indeed.
Just read off a very good length.
And then, and the other 2, they decided we're not going to get even in height.
Yeah, Munson did well to even get a bat in the way.
Indeed. Here is Solomon to bowl to Munson Hodge. Bowls to Hodge. Hodge is forward and then stand up straight. Pushing ball to extra cover. Leon Lake is in its way. No run resulting. Score remains on 19. Over number 4 in progress. 19 for no loss in search of 125 for victory. Yesterday we saw a very dominating innings from Peters. Here is Solomon to bowl to Munson. Hodge bowl to Hodge. Hodge is pulling well, 4 runs. That's poor bowling. That's poor field setting. It was short. The captain is asking him to bowl outside the line of the off stump, but I think he's asking him to do a bit too much. The young bowler to do too much.
Yes,
Keith.
quite a bit there for Solomon. He's short, and Munson, he's a top-notch player, Leeward Islands player, and Solomon doesn't have the pace to really trouble him. We saw one that he lifted in the last over that was quite disconcerting, but this is just bread and butter for Munson.
Here is Solomon. He's going to abort his run again. Easy pickings, you would say, for Munson Hodge. The quality of the man.
Yes, and as Sambo indicated, he's a good pull-on cutter. He likes to pull, and he drives well as well.
Indeed. Here is Hodge. Taps away. Wait for Solomon with number 3 on his back. Moves away to bowl to Hodge. Hodge is getting a shot, and Clifton, even better shot, 4 more. Even a better shot. And that goes away for 4 more behind square. Munson Hodge. It's like, this is the easiest taking a sweet from a kid.
And it took the captain a very long time to make any adjustments in his field placing. I've seen him now strengthening the onside field. The bowler is bowling from the commentary box and a left armour, just about medium fast. He's got 1 or 2 to stand up. But he's bowling short, and Munson is just going back and just wheeling him all over the onside. Now I see the man. Now we are getting a better field placing with the man being sent right back on the deep square leg boundary.
Well, if you continue to bowl that way, that man will become a waste as well. Here is Solomon to bowl to Munson Hodge. Bowl to Hodge, and he doesn't deliver. Well, and someone will say he's running from bat.
Oh, yeah. He's running from bat, as we say.
Munson Hodge. Very good start here. He has raced on to 21, and the score has raced on to 27. 27 for no loss in the course of over number 4. Here is Munson Hodge. Taps away, waits for Solomon. Solomon is getting 1. Just pushing on the line. Middle coming in. Munson Hodge pushes it to short mid-wicket, gets 1. He moves on to 22, and the total moves on to 28. 28 in the course of over number 4.
And perhaps the bowler here is where you need some experience. Change your line of attack. Come around the wicket and maybe just get the left armour to bring the ball back in.
Here is Solomon to bowl to Yusuf. Yusuf is pushing it through cover. Can't score. Newman is in attendance. Threatens to throw his thumbs down. No run resulting. Solomon. Nicely built for a fast bowler. As the body has a shoulder.
That's a good body. Good upper body, good legs, good thighs. Strongly built.
Here is Solomon to bowl to Yusuf. Bowl to Yusuf. Yusuf is walking this one off the pad, looking for a single. No, it's not there. Leon Lake is in his way. The over come to an end, and at the end of over number 4, the Super Sixers in search of 125 for victory. They are 28 for no loss. Monson Hodge is on 22, and with him is his brother Yusuf Hodge. He's on 6.
They're batting well, the brothers Monson and Yusuf, and Monson in particular looks in really good touch. Played a number of delightful strokes back of the square on the onside. He shows his real class. He's a class player. We know him, Monson. We know that he can bat, and anything loose. If he's short, he's going to pull you. If you're short on the offside, he's going to cut you. If you come up to the bat, he's going to drive you. So he's an all-round player. Has shots on both sides of the wicket.
And looks in ominous form here. It's going to be Herbert, who is going to be taking over from Newman from the Central Polyclinic end. And he's going to be bowling to Monson Hodge, who is on 22. Monson Hodge and 22.
And he's gone to the 22 milli very quickly.
He has raced
indeed.
He has raced to 22.
And he looks ominous. Ominous sign here for the pointers.
Yes. One would have been a bit disappointed from the innings of Powell. Powell seemed to really be stuck in one game today.
Yeah, Powell, and we know he's destructive. We know he's destructive. When he hits it clean and he hits it hard. Got to 43 before he just, it was in the last over. There wasn't much he could have done. He was just trying to push the score and get as much on the board as possible. But he looks a good player as well, Powell.
It's taken a very, very long time to get this over started. And the umpires have to do something about this. Yeah. And now, now we see umpire Hodge is saying something or indicating something that it's been 2 minutes since the last ball has been bowled.
Yeah, much too long.
Here is Herbert to bowl to Monson Hodge. Monson Hodge is pushing it in the offside. They're taking off for a quick single. Carmichael can't stop it. Carmichael, he was fast getting in there, but could not stop the single. Monson moves on to 23, and the total moves on to 29.
And good backing up there by Yusuf. His brother called him, and he was off in a flash.
Yeah, indeed. 29 for no loss. How about to Yusuf? Yusuf is driving now, and they could be looking for 2 runs here. Not going to get it at all. Good work done there by Hughes. Yusuf moves to 7. Monson on 23. The total is at 30. 30 for no loss. 30 for no loss in the course of over number 5. 30 for no loss. Here is Herbert again. Monson Hodge. Leon Lake gets very close in catching position, still made off. And he's hitting this one up over mid-wicket, and it is going to go into the mid-wicket boundary. Does it get there? Brilliant work there done there by Northern Lake. And they only get one. Good work done there. He had to move from mid-wicket down to a corner region, and he got there. He threw himself across the turf and was able to prevent 3 runs. So
very good work.
Here is Herbert to Yusuf. Yusuf is pushing it in the offside again, and they're taking off a quick single again, and we'll get it very easily. Yusuf moves to 28. Monson Hodge on 24. It's 32. 32 for no loss. And over number 5 being bowled here by Herbert from the Central Polyclinic end. Herbert tosses the ball from hand to hand. Moves away, bowl to Monson is driving this one 4 runs. Not a man move. The man from mid-on, just a spectator, and will have to go and retrieve that one. That's a lovely shot. Monson Hodge in ominous form, and he's looking very, very dangerous, and the pointers, they look very much down.
Yeah, easy picking in the first power play period of the game, and Monson made no mistake. Loose delivery there from Herbert, slow delivery, had lots of time to go back, picked his spot and said, I'm going to hit it past mid-on. And he hit it powerfully, struck it powerfully, and he just raced away for 4. Easy picking.
Munson moves on to 28. Score races on to 36. 36 for no loss. And over number 5 have been bowled by Hubbard from the Central Polyclinic end. And Munson says, you can't set a field for me. I'll determine what goes on here today. He drives this one, not really getting that one where he wanted. He wanted to go straight, but ball coming off the outer portion of the bat and ended up at a long off. The over comes to an end, and at the end of 5, it's 37 for no loss. Munson is on 29. Yusuf is on 8 in search of 125 for victory.
Well, and if these two brothers continue at this clip, Millie, this game could be over in a hurry. Munson is looking really, really good. He's totally in charge. Both of them, no trouble, either against the quicker stuff or against the spin. They look very much at ease, and they're calling good running between the wickets. And brothers, they understand each other. They call one call and the other just goes automatically. So it's good cricket, and they're batting quite well. I think it's creating a big headache for the captain, Leon Lake, of the Pointers team. I see him just trying to get men in all sorts of positions, but you know, he can't at the moment. We are still inside the restrictive period of the game. But good cricket on the part of the two batters here for the Super Sixers.
Indeed, in the power play. Final over of the power play. Carmichael, the farm Chinaman bowler, is going to be bowling to Hodge. Munson Hodge.
And again, we see this long hold up in play. And I see umpire Hodge is going across to have a word. I'm sure with his colleague. Yes, he's called umpire Morton across.
There must be a penalty.
Yeah,
it's
just happening too much.
Indeed, there must be a penalty. There must be something done, because you can't be taking this amount of time to bowl 20 overs.
And I'm absolutely sure, looking at the gesticulation by umpire Hodge with his left hand, he must be. I think if I'm to translate that, this is what he's pointing out to the junior umpire, Ralph Hodge being the senior umpire.
Yes. It's really taking us a long time to get through these overs. It's going to be Carmichael, the left arm Chinaman bowler, to bowl to Munson Hodge. Munson Hodge looks around the field. And yet we are still to see the first ball of this over. Carmichael to bowl to Munson Hodge. Bowls to Hodge. Hodge is getting one down the leg side. Racked on the pad. Well, you need 2 extra sets of stump for that ball to hit any stump at all. I was way down the leg side. No run resulting. Score remains on 37. Munson is on 29. Carmichael. Between umpire and stumps. Left arm around the wicket. Bowl to Munson Hodge. To this delivery. Hodge is driving nicely. He's going to get one down to mid-off. Northern Lake moves away to his left and field. Sends the return to the wicket keeper. Munson Hodge is on in the 30s. He's on 30. Score moves on to 38. Brings Yusuf Hodge, who is on 8 and strike. Very disciplined bowling. Haven't seen an extra just yet. Here is Carmichael to bowl to Yusuf. Oh, and about doesn't bowl. Hot. A drop in from his trousers. And now he gives it to the umpire. Carmichael. Left arm around the wicket between umpire and stumps. Bowl to Yusuf Hodge. To this delivery, Yusuf is hitting this one in the air. He's gonna get runs here. They've gone for one and only one. Oh, satisfied with just one. He moves on to 9. The total moves on to 39. Munson is on 30. In search of 125 for victory. Here is Carmichael to bowl to Munson. Bowl to Munson. Munson is dry. Oh, it's coming forward and just pushing into the man at cover. That is Ross Powell. Can't score. Dead bat early. No intention of scoring off that one. Here is Carmichael again to bowl to Manson Hodge. Bowls to Hodge. Hodge is pushing it again just to the left of Powell. Can't score. Score remains on 39. Final over of the power play. After this, the field can be spread. Here is Carmichael to bowl to Manson Hodge. Manson Hodge is hitting this one through down to the boundary of the man off the boundary comes to his left. That is Solomon. Sends the return. And the end of over number 6. The 40th run has been scored. It's 40. Manson Hodge is on 31. Yusuf Hodge is on 9. It's 40. 40 for no loss. Replying to 124 scored by the Pointers.
And this is a good response by the Sixers. The target is 125. The openers continue to bat very well. Going at the nice click. 40 runs off the first 6 overs. And they're in no trouble whatsoever. No trouble whatsoever. They're batting well and keeping the scorers very active here in our box. So the Sixers look very much on course. Very much on course. They'll no doubt be looking and saying, look, those 125 runs, we want to knock those off pretty quickly. The Pointers, on the other hand, will have other ideas. And we know cricket, being cricket, is what it is. It can change in a flash. But the brothers, Yusuf and Munson, look very, very comfortable out in the middle at this time.
It's going to be Herbert from the Central Poly to continue from the Central Polyclinic in his second over. He's going to be bowling to Manson Hodge.
And by way of comparison, Millie, after 6 overs, the Pointers were 26 and scored 26 runs. 26
in the power play. Here is Herbert to bowl to Hodge, bowl to Manson. Manson is driving. He's going to get one here, down to a long off. Man comes off the long off boundary, sends the return. Can't stop Manson from getting his 32nd run, and the total moves on to 41. 41 in over number 6. It's 41 for no loss. Herbert to bowl to Yusuf Hodge. Bowl to Yusuf. Yusuf is getting one off the, just walking it on the onside, and comes around from mid-wicket, short mid-wicket to forward of square. Yusuf gets his 10th run. He's into double figures. Manson Hodge is on 40 and 32. The score moves on to 42. Manson on 32. Here is Herbert to bowl to Manson Hodge. Manson Hodge is driving this one, just coming back and standing straight and pushing it down to on. Gets his 33rd run, and the score moves on to 43. 43 for no loss. Over number 7 been ball here. Number 7, yes. Again, there's another single, and they're just easy picking, easy picking. Score moves on to 44. 44. And over number 7. Over number 7 been bowled by Herbert. Herbert to bowl to Manson Hodge. Manson Hodge is chipping and driving this one down to long on. Oh, easy. Easy like Sunday morning. It's like easy like taking a walk in the park.
So easy picking at ease, and they're just picking up the singles and keeping the scoreboard ticking.
Munson's on 34. Here is Herbert to bowl to Yusuf, who is just pushing it back down to the bowl at the end of over number 7, and at the end of the over, in search of 125 for victory. The Farrington Super Sixers, they are 45 for no loss. Manson Hodge is on 34. Yusuf Hodge is on 11. After comments from Keithstone Greaves, the next voice you're going to hear in the hot seat is the man of Doc.
So 5 runs coming there in the last over. Going to the Super Sixers, the 2 batters, the 2 brothers, Munson, senior of the 2, and Yusuf, batting very well, very much at ease, The bowling is easy. No real devil in the bowling. The pitch, we've seen one or two kept a little low. We've seen one bounce disconcertingly by Solomon, the left arm seamer. But apart from that, it's like my friend Millie says, easy like Sunday morning.
Well, I have to ask, why not use your premier spinner? Where is Nordell Lake, and why has he not been on the ball yet?
Very good question, Doc. Very, very good question.
You need wickets because you don't have runs to play with. Why not use your premier spinner?
It's confusing all of us.
This one's driven through the offside, and they will pick up yet another single. Mounting on to 35. This moves on to 46. Take the play.
Okay, so Doc has switched it to me. So 46 for no loss. Yusuf is on 11. Facing up now to Carmichael. Goes in, bows to Yusuf. This one, he's beaten all over the place here by this one. I didn't know too much about that one. A very good delivery. A bye signaled by the umpire. 47 is the score now for no loss. The Sixers needing 125 to win. Monson Hodges batted so well for his 33 runs. He's played a number of delightful strokes through the onside in particular. Looks up and sees Carmichael. Left arm spinner around between the umpire and the start. This one is turned nicely, but straight to the man at short square leg. And there is no run. Over number 8 in progress. 47 is the score. Yusuf has 11. Monson has 33. Here is Carmichael between the umpire and the stump. Left arm round the wicket, bows this one to Monson, who clips this one out to long on. Man rushes off the long on boundary. Feels well. Monson goes now to 34, and it's 48 for no loss. Millie, perhaps you can just update it on the West Indies-India game in Trinidad and Tobago. What's the latest? Now we see Yusuf, who's on 11, coming into stride. Here is Carmichael. Goes in once more, bowling around the wicket, faster, flatter, and this one is driven nicely through the offside field, but there's a sweeper on the deep cover boundary. He fumbles, but gets it in control quickly. 121 for 3 for out of Trinidad, India. In the 25th over. They need to get 312. Yusuf goes to 12. It's 49 now. 49 for no wicket. This one from Carmichael is played, pushed up to Monson. Monson eases onto that front foot. That should have been 2. And they in fact going for the second run. The throw comes into the bowler's end. But easily 2 runs there taken by Monson. He goes to 36 and the 50 comes up. It's 51 now. 51 for no loss at the end of over number 8. 51 for no loss at the end of that. Monson is 38. Monson is 38. I did say 36. Thank you, Doc.
Yes, Monson is on 38. And the brothers, they've brought up a 50 partnership. The Hodge brothers opening the batting for the Farrington Super Sixers. They've gotten into their 50 partnership. It's a new opening combination. You know, seen previously that Monson would have been opening with Demden Proctor. But I think they've held back Demden Proctor to allow him to be their finisher at the end, as their depth batting has been a need for improvement. There's been a need for them to improve their run scoring in the latter stages. So I think they're holding back Daniel Proctor until those last overs. Well, it's been good going thus far by these Hodge brothers.
And you call for it, and here we sing the man himself, Nordell. Has finally been introduced at the Southern Central Party Clinic again, and I think way too late in my opinion, and the opinion of us here in the box. But we'll wait and see. By far the leading spinner, and one of the better spinners on the island and in the competition, of course, Nordell Lake. Very, very good spinner. Had a good look today at Jeffrey Adams, who I love very much. I like the off spinner there. I like to see him bowl. Has a nice loop, as I was telling you, and looks a very good prospect. But Nordell, finally, with the ball after somewhat 8 overs.
I don't know why it took so long. If you remember last week, when they were playing the 20 ground beam, Nordell took like 3 weeks and 5 deliveries or something like that.
Yeah, very fine bowler, very clever bowler, very wily spinner. In the mold of the Joe Gums kind of type. Here is Nordell from that far end. He comes in and immediately this one is swung down to back of the square. This will go into the boundary. You can give it up. Solomon, give that up. That's 4 runs. That's a lovely stroke. What a stroke. 55 for no loss. There we saw Yusuf just coming across and the off spinner sliding down. A poor delivery by Nodell. Going down on one knee and just sweeping it with the tide. Down to backward square for 4 runs. Very nice shots. 55 or 55? 54? 54. Our scorer is telling us that the score is 54. I thought it was 55.
55 as well.
I have 55.
I have 55 as well.
So we'll go with the scorer. What do you say, scorer?
We'll check it back in a few. But here comes Lake.
Lake gets a good one now to Yusuf, who comes onto the front foot. Yusuf goes to 16 with that boundary. His partner and brother, Monson, has the 38. And now we see the brothers meeting in mid-pitch.
So Monster's 38, Yusuf is 16, and it's 55 scorer. This is 55.
Okay, that has been confirmed, and we usually go with what the scorer says. The official scorer, that is. Yusuf is the batter. No slip. A backward point. Short extra cover. Sweep on the deep cover boundary. Long off. Long on. Mid-wicket. Deep mid-wicket. Nodell loops this one up and it's driven nicely into the offside field. The man from long off hustles off the boundary. Fumbles, but gets it under control. Another run, the 17th for Yusuf. It's now 56 for no loss in the course of over number 9 of 20 to get 125 or 10 wickets on the flip side for the Pointers. Nodell Lake bowling from the far end is the end that he's bowled. Most of the times I've seen him bowl from that far end. This one is short and he misses out on this one, Monson. Short delivery. Ill-directed, going down the onside, and this Monson really is not happy with this one. That one should have been carted through the square leg boundary for 4. It was a bad delivery, a loosener, real loosener, but he missed it. 56. Nodell comes in, bowls this one. This one's a good delivery. Monson goes back and slaps this into the offside field. The man from the sweeper position, deep cover position, runs across quickly, and Monson gets another run. He goes to 39 now, and it's 57 for no loss. Yusuf was on 17, comes into strike. Over number 9. Nodell loops this one about. He's beaten by a beauty. The catch for at the wicket. Nodell is absolutely confident, but umpire Ralph Hodge remains on move and in fact walks away to square leg. But Nodell, Doc Bryan, was absolutely cock-a-hoop that he had him. Caught at the wicket by Gomez. But umpire Hodge says no and just walks away. He was absolutely certain he got Yusuf caught at the wicket. Umpire Hodge says no, and that is the way it will remain. It's 57 for no wicket, 17 to Yusuf, and Monson Hodge has 39.
Well, pretty much only 3 players went up. The captain, Leon Lake, wicketkeeper Gomez, and the bowler. I don't think any other fielder decided that they wanted to go up and appeal. And in the end, Ralph Hodge, he decided that that one was not out.
So umpire Hodge walks away to that long walk that he takes. He normally stands a little deeper, as I've said earlier, at square leg. The other umpires tend to be a little shorter, a little closer in, but Ralph Hodge goes a little further at square leg.
He wants the full scope. He wants to see the entire... he wants his range of vision to be a lot broader. So he stands pretty much on the circle.
That's right. Very experienced umpire. He's been around for a long time. He's umpired in a number of games in the Leeward Islands Cricket Tournament, the local championship. He's been around for some time. Someone who's played the game, has a very good knowledge, very, very sound knowledge of the game. He also helps here in the commentary box, both as an analyst. Now it's going to be Carmichael to continue. Over number 10. Ball to Monson, who comes forward and drives past the bowler. Single. Throw comes to the keeper's end. One more to Monson. He goes to 40 now. And it's 58. 58 for no loss. So we're coming up to the halfway mark. This is over number 10 being bowled. First one delivery of this over, the 10th over. And Yusuf, who's on 17, takes strike now. Here is Carmichael between the umpire and the stump. Around the wicket, bowls just faster delivery. Taken on the pad, going on the onside, just allowed by Yusuf to hit him on the pad. Ball just the keeper comes from behind the stump to pick it up. There's a short third man a point. There's an extra cover mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket, square leg, and a man right out on the deep backward square boundary. This one is outside the off-stump. It goes for a drive. That left leg is not planted in the correct position, coming straight down the pitch as opposed to going across. And the left armer just pushing that one away from him, and it was taken behind the stumps. 58 for no loss. This is over number 10. 17 to Yusuf. Monson has 39. This one is short. He goes back and he gets it on the portion of the bat. Goes past the man at third. Man, this is going to run pretty close to the boundary. They come through for the second. Monson was interested in a third, but that was not to be. The signal comes now from the umpire's buys. 60 the score now. 60 for no loss. The Super Sixers. The target is 125 if they're to win this game, or 10 wickets for the Pointers.
Not the feeling there by Garvey Lake. He didn't get down quickly enough, and the ball managed to scoot its way under his hand.
And that's unlike Garvey. He's a pretty good fielder. Here is Carmichael, again between the umpire and the stump, bowling around the wicket. This one is fast and flat, and it goes right through Yusuf. He was playing. He's beaten that occasion. The ball is spinning past him. The left armer does again pushing the ball across the right-handed batter and taken behind by the keeper. So Yusuf is kept on 17. Monson has 40. Monson has 40. As Carmichael goes in, this one again is fast and flat, and this one is steered. Oh man, he misses this one completely. The man at point goes down to the deep point boundary. They're turning now for what would be the second run. Garvey Lake had some running to do. Picks the ball up, sends it into the keeper's end. 2 more runs there to Yusuf. He goes to 19. And the score now to 62. 62 without loss at the end of the 10th over. So we've reached the halfway mark, Doug Bryan.
Yes, they are right on target to match exactly what was posted by the Pointers. The Pointers have scored 124, and right now this Farrington Super Sixers, they have exactly half of that.
That's correct.
They're at 62, if my math is somewhat right.
And your maths is dead on.
And here at the drinks break, the Super Sixers, they have such a good platform because they haven't lost any wickets. They still have the dangerous Danny Proctor in the shed. They have Terry Adams in the shed. They still have a lot of batting left. Captain Masimba Bowen is still in the hut.
And I think, Doc, they would want to bat there. I think the aim for them, based on how I'm seeing the approach, is to bat right through for the openers to knock off the runs. I don't think any of the... I'm looking at the shed there for the Sixers, and they're looking very comfortable with some of their supporters. I don't, you know, they don't... I don't think they want anyone else to come in. They'll be relying on the brothers, Yusuf and Monson, to knock the runs off.
Yes, and I think that they wouldn't have much of a problem with that either. Both Yusuf and Monson, very capable batters. Yusuf more recently coming into his own as a batter when he was coming up in the under 17, under 15, and under 19 setups for Anguilla. He was an opening bowler, a searing opening bowler. Would have shared the new ball with the likes of Vigliff Gums playing with the Beamers right now. There would have been a combination for Anguilla's underage cricket team for a number of years, those two, but recently we've seen that he's become more of a batter, and he's less and less been used with the ball, and he's dropped a bit of pace with the ball. He's getting a bit more accuracy as well. He's become that middle overs bowler for the Farrington that they use to just restrict the scoring rate.
And certainly the Pointers look a little flat today. It's one of those games for them. They just look a little flat. Normally they're a very excitable team. They're always very energetic. But just looking at them on the field at this time, and you're not seeing the usual hunger that they normally come out with, looking for wickets. They're just content and just going along with the pace. And Monson and his brother Yusuf, they've capitalized. Monson in particular, we've seen a number of delightful strokes from Monson on here today.
But we've seen multiple times after the water break, things happen. Wickets fall after the water break. It's happened time and time again in this tournament.
We've seen it.
Will it happen again? We know that at times the Farrington batting lineup, it can be a bit volatile, and they can lose wickets in bunches because they don't have Well, that middle over stroke player, they have a lot of power hitters to come, the likes of looks like Rana Adams and Terry Adams, as well as Danny Proctor. They're not stroke makers, they're power hitters. They want to hit the ball hard and hit it far, as well as with Sambo Bowen. That middle order is full of power hitters, and we know that with power hitters, it's always a gamble. They either hit the ball far or they get out quickly.
And during the break, we saw Nordell going up to umpire Ralph Hodge and had a little word with him, just a quiet inquiry of the umpire. There was a loud shout for catch at the wicket in the last over. So we've had 3 overs sent down by Carmichael. India now 138 for 3 of 27.5 overs.
It's going to be a good chase. It's going to be a very good chase.
They need to get 312.
312 for victory. As we saw there, the pointers that to make a change of wicket keeping. Leon Leg has taken the gloves because Randy Gomez, he's going over to the football park. We have finals action in
Why, I don't understand this. I understand in a way, but I still don't understand. But you can tell me about it, Doc. You commentate football.
Well, we have football action that will be going on at around 7 p.m.
Yep, you got to make your mind up. Is it football?
Do you want to play football?
Cricket?
Do you want to play cricket?
It's a small community, and
exactly.
You play all the sports and so on.
You know, Oliver Walker, who will usually play for the Pointers.
But this is a very big game.
He's also over.
And I know the one behind is a big one. So he has a big one here, and he has.
It's a final tonight. It's a big game today. He had to make a choice. I think Oliver Walker chose the football today.
Oliver chose football. That's what it is. So Leon has taken no gloves from Randy Gomez. And Nordell will continue. It's 62 for no loss. The Farrington Super Sixers at 125 for victory. Monson has 40, and his brother Yusuf, who is the non-striker, is on 19. Over number 11 is about to start, and Nordell Lake, the off-spinner, will pick it up from the southern end, the central polyclinic end of the ground.
Just 10 players.
So 10 players on the field. So they're one short. There's a man at backward point. There's a short extra cover, long off, long on, mid-wicket right out. Short backward square, and a man out on the square leg boundary. Nordell with 10 players out there for the Pointers. And he's not injured, so under the rules of the game, he can't be replaced. All right, so 10 men out for the Pointers, with Randy Gomez going across to the football stadium for a final that Doc Bryan spoke to us about. Nordell it is. Bowling now to Monson, who comes on and clips this one straight to the man, Herbert, who takes a catch. And as Doc Bryan has been saying, every time there's been a break, the wicket tends to fall right after the break. And this is a classic example. Monson Hart just losing his concentration, dancing down and just clipping the ball straight to Herbert, who was positioned exactly in a short mid-wicket position, and he held the catch gleefully. So Monson Hodge goes for a well-played 50. Doc Bryan 62 for 1, the Farrington Super Sixers.
We've seen it happen time and time and time again. Right after the drinks break, wickets fall. It started from one of the first games when Akeem Saunders was batting so well before the water break, gave away his wicket. And you thought it would have been an anomaly. It's become a trend throughout this tournament. Good batters lose their wicket after the water break.
Just a lapse in concentration, that momentary lapse, because he was batting so well. Looking at Monson here today, you would reckon that he will continue right through until the close. Daniel Proctor is going out, Dan Proctor. Number 22 on his jersey, going out to partner Yusuf Hodge. Monson Hodge going caught by Herbert at short mid-wicket after bowling of the dangerous right-arm spinner in Nordell Lake. So Nordell Lake gets a wicket. Thought he had one in the last over. Umpire Hodge said no. But he certainly picked up a prize scalp. Very, very good wicket here in Monson Hodge, who must be very disappointed indeed going for 40 after having batted so well with his brother. We're still in the course of over number 11. It's 62 for 1 now. The target, we need to keep reminding you, is 125. Or 10 wickets.
Oh, they
by
have
the
one.
Pointers. They have one. Here is Nordell. In now, ball to Danny Proctor. Short. And Proctor looking to hoist this over backward square. We have to wait and see. Comes down to fine leg. He's coming back, ambling back really, for the second run. It's a wide signal by umpire Hart. 64 the score is for 1. Daniel Proctor. 65, I beg your pardon. 65, yes. 65 for 1. Donnie Proctor is the batter. Here is Nordell. Coming in now, bows to Daniel Proctor, who swings this one out to that square leg boundary. It's gone. Seems as though that's gone all the way. Is that 6? We'll wait for the signal. There's no indication. Yes, it is. Comes now from umpire Hodge. So getting onto that one and just helping it. And those big, powerful shoulders just opening up. And when he hits it well. It's 71 now, the score. 71 for 1. Danny Proctor is off the mark with a 6.
It was a gift from Nordell Lake. Short and not fast, easily put away.
So the man has gone right back on the rope now at square leg. Right back. Daniel Proctor. Nordell Lake is the bowler from the far end. Off spinner in. Bowls to Danny Proctor. Gets a good delivery. That's a good one. Well bowled. And Nordell wants to get a wicket with every ball. Every single ball he expects to get a wicket. And he appeals vociferously, looks back and stares at the umpire, Ralph Hodge, who remains unmoved. But that was a good delivery. He was looped. No ball. I did not. The signal? Okay, the umpire signal a no ball. So there's a free hit coming.
No, the umpire didn't signal free hit, so I don't think it was a no ball.
This one over here.
But
the square leg was singing, but the standing. Now we're seeing it. Now we're seeing it from the standing umpire. Yes, I didn't pick it up. Now he signaled. Yes, the square leg signal first. Now we're seeing it. Here is Nordell with this one. Danny Proctor hits this high in the air. Someone is getting under it. The catch will be taken, but it will be of no consequence. It's a free hit. So it was a free hit. So it's of no consequence. So Danny Proctor goes to 7, and the score with that goes to 72. Doc.
73.
73, in fact. 73. 73 for 1. Nordell now into Yusuf. Yusuf gets one that turns and just dabs it down in front of him. Looks back rather to see that the ball doesn't come onto the stump. No damage done. 73 for 1 in the course of over number 11. It's been bowled by Nordell. Here he is once more. He comes in right arm over the wicket, loops this one up, and the batter Yusuf goes back and slaps it out pulls it really out to mid-wicket. There's a man posted there. Another run to Yusuf, his 20th. It's 74 now. 74 for 1. Daniel Proctor has got 7. As Nordell comes in now and bows to Proctor, and Proctor swings at this one, misses this one. Going down the onside. There's a wide signal by the umpire, Ralph Hodge. 75. Target 125. Or 9 more wickets by the Pointers. Here is Nordell. Comes in very quickly. Loops this one up, and Proctor goes back and hammers this to the offside field. There's a sweep on the deep cover boundary, but that one was hit with a lot of venom, a lot of power. Going back and slapping it through the offside field, Danny Proctor. He goes to 8, and it's 76 now. 76 for the loss of 1. Munson going for 40. Nordell loops this one up, and this one is driven uppishly into the onside by Yusuf, but gets himself a single. The man out the wide long on boundary having some running to do coming in. That's Garvey Lake. Yusuf goes to 21, and the score at the end of over number 11, 76 for the loss of 1. The batsman out. The batter out being Munson Hodge for 40 after bowling of Nordell Lake.
Well, this over has been an indication of the Pointers' day. Nordell Lake is never inaccurate. When he bowled a couple wides on the leg side, he was short, he was wide, he was all over the place, and that's over. And you can see the Pointers, they are not looking like their usual selves. This is one of those Pointers performances that we always expect, one of those lazy performances, I like to call them, where they're not at their optimal best, they are just a bit relaxed, a bit. I think that maybe not putting their full into it because they know that they've qualified for the semi-final.
After that, Juve morning.
Because they look very casual today. Their movement in the field has been slow. Their shifting between overs has been slow. The field setting has been slow. They back it slowly and they're leaking runs.
No change will give up, please.
So just hearing that the semi-finals, 2 matches on Saturday, Juve, right after the Juve, encouraging folks to come. An early game, 8:30, 9 o'clock, and one at 1 o'clock. That's the semi-final. So we are seeing a change here now. Newman is coming back in. He started at the southern end of the ground. He's bowled 2 overs so far. This will be his 3rd. He's coming in now and bowls to Yusuf, who drives near the onside, out to long on. The long on fielder hasn't moved yet. It took the man from long off to come across. And in fact, they're sloppy cricket and they get 2 runs. This is very, very poor cricket. 78. 23 to Yusuf. And again, as Doc Bryan has been saying, it's a reflection of what we've seen here today. The flat-footed, the lack of energy. 79 is the score. 7-9. 79 for 1. Here is Newman round the wicket. This one is driven uppishly past the man at short extra cover. Sweep on the deep cover boundary. Comes off. Yusuf on by 1 to 24. And it's 80 now. 80 for 1. And we're in the course of the 12th over. Danny Proctor has 8. Takes guard from umpire Mitchell Morton. Umpire Ralph Hodge is at square leg. The field pretty much spread. Keeper standing up, man at backward point, extra cover, long off, long on, mid-wicket, deep backward square. This one is short, and Danny Proctor goes to swing it around the onside, and he's given out.
That's out.
Danny Proctor has been given out. LBW looking to swing this down to backward square, coming right across his wicket and been hit in front. So Newman gets the wicket of Danny Proctor for 8. It's now 80 for the loss of 2 down.
He was plumb, struck dead in front of the wicket. The ball kept low. Proctor was on his back foot, and he has to go for 8.
So Proctor goes for 8. LBW off the left arm spinner. Tariq Newman swinging right across what appeared to be a straight delivery, and he made it very easy for umpire Mitchell Morton. So 80 for 2, with Danny Proctor going for 8. In this, the course of the 12th over. So 80 for 2 is the score. Proctor going back to the pavilion for 8. And the new batter going out is Raymond Adams. So Raymond Adams is going out to partner Yusuf Hodge, who's got 24s. Sambo comes in to take over from Doc Bryan. So 80 for the loss of 2. Sambo.
Yes, it's very good going by the Farrington Sixers. And they are looking good to what I see, but here was Danny Proctor playing right across the line of a very straight ball here by Chemical, and he was given out leg before.
So just trying to get an update on the West Indies-India game in Trinidad. Doc Bryan will have that for us very quickly, but here at the James Ronald Webster Park, the Super Sixers are cruising along, but the Pointers just pulling back 2 wickets. Munson Hodge going for 40. And just moments ago, Danny Proctor going for 8. It's 80 for 2, and we're in the course of over number 12. It's been bowled by Tariq Newman, the left-arm spinner. He'll be bowling now to the left-handed batter in Raymond Adams. So Raymond Adams, left-handed batter, getting his first delivery. There's a man coming in at backward point. There's a sweep on the deep cover boundary. India now 163 for 3. 163 for 3, going at 312, scored by the West Indies. Here is Newman bowling over the wicket now to Raymond Adams. Gets it on the pad, goes into the onside, and there is no run. So that delivery from the left arm spinner delivered over the wicket, getting close into the stumps. That's Newman bowling from the commentary box end. He's still continuing over the wicket to the left-handed batter. This one is fast and flatter. He pushes it into the onside. There could be a chance for a run out, but Powell fumbles. Had he been more efficient, it could have spelled some problems there for Raymond Adams. So Adams is off the mark. He's 1, and the score on by 1 to 81 now for the loss of 2. Still in over number 12. And the right-handed Yusuf was batted well. He's 24. Started out with his brother Monson, who went for 40. Danny Proctor gone for 8. 81 for the loss of 2 of the Farrington Super Sixers. Going back around the wicket. This one is turned nicely down to back of the square. They've gone for 1. They will come back for the second quite easily. The throw comes into the keeper's end on the first bounce, and 2 runs easily taken by Yusuf. He goes to 26, and the score on by 2 to 83 now. 83 for the loss of 2 wickets at the end of over number 12.
Yes, it is very steady going by the Farrington Super Sixers, who is well on course to win this match today, and book their place in the semi-finals.
So as you heard, the semi-final matches next Saturday. One starting at, I think, 8:30 is the scheduled start for one, and the other will be at 1 o'clock. So after all the jam and wine stuff in the city, folks will be invited to come out and enjoy some cricket here at the James Ronald Webster Park. So Raymond Adams has got 1. Yusuf has 26. 9:30, I've been hearing, is the first game next Saturday. Second game at 1 o'clock is semi-finals. All right, so it's going to be Nordell Lake to bowl what? His second over, Mr. K? Oh, his third, yes. So this will be his third over. So Carmichael has sent down 3, Herbert 2, Solomon had 2, and Newman has got 3. So 12 overs completed, 83 for 2. As Nordell comes in round the wicket, this one is short and slapped into the offside field. There's a man coming on the deep cover boundary, and they go through for a run. So Raymond Adams goes to 2, and it's 84 now for the loss of 2. 26 to Yusuf, the right-handed batter. Raymond Adams is a left-handed batter. And now we see the man going right back on the square leg boundary. Sweeper on the deep cover boundary. There's a man at backward point. He's deep, short extra cover, long off, long on. Mid-wicket. Now we see the man coming up from off the sweeper boundary into a more traditional cover. Here is Nordell Lake in now and goes to the batsman. Yusuf drives powerfully out to long off. Ball bounces quite nastily for the fieldsman, but he knocks it down and picks it up quickly. 26 to Yusuf. And it's now 85. 85 for 2. The batter's out. Monson Hodge for 40. And Danny Proctor for 8. Here is Nordell Lake now bowling to the left-handed batter in. This one is clipped back past the bowler in the air. Could easily have gotten a catch, given a catch to the bowler, but it went a little away from him to his left. Raymond Adams goes to 3. It's now 86. 86 for 2. Over number 13. Here is Nordell, loops this one up, and it's swung down to back of the square. There's a man posted right on the deep square leg boundary. He fields, and one more to Yusuf. Yusuf goes to 28, and it's now 87. 87 for 2. Raymond Adams, I keep saying Raymond Reefer, the West Indies player out of Barbados. This one is carried up, and he goes back and attempts to hit this one. There's a bat for catch at the wicket, and he's given out. So he's given out, caught at the wicket of the bowling of Nordell Lake, going back looking to force it through the offside field. The edge was taken, and the umpire Hodge giving in the affirmative. Nicely taken behind the stumps by the captain Leon Lake, who's taken over the gloves from Randy Gomez, who's gone across on the opposite side to play football. So Raymond Adams has gone for 3. And it's now Sambo 87 for 3.
Yes, 87, 13 short of 100. Cricket long ago, here we would have umpire Shepherd doing that little dance, that little hop on 87, which they say is a score of bad luck where the wickets fall. But Adam had an edge, and umpire Hodge gave him out, caught at the wicket. Well taken by keeper Leon Lake.
So one Adams replaces another Adams. Terry Adams, a senior veteran player, is going out to replace Raymond Reefer. Caught Leon Lake, the keeper of the bowling of Nordell Lake, for 3. And the Super Sixers going at 125 are now 87 for the loss of 3 wickets in the course of over number 13. So Terry Adams has gone out to partner Yusuf. Yusuf is still there batting well. Yusuf has 28 to his name. His brother Monson got 40 and Donnie Proctor got 8. So Terry looks around the field, sees the man right back on that deep square leg boundary. A mid-wicket pin pushed back a bit, long off, long on. Extra cover. There's a man at cover point. There's a man at backward point, and there's a cover. As Nordell goes in, bows to Terry. Terry clips this one out to the man at mid-wicket. He wants a run, but it's not there. Sent back quite wisely by Yusuf. Ball traveling much too quickly to the right of Herbert, who got onto it very quickly. So at the end of 13, it's 87 for the loss of 3. The Farrington Super Sixers going at 125 if they're to win this game.
Yes, it was a very excellent over by Nordell Lake, who really tosses that ball and got a lot of turn and an edge and a wicket in his final over.
So 87 for 3. Terry Adams is yet to score. Yusuf has 28. 13 overs completed, so we have 7 overs left. And the Farrington look very much on course, but you never know with the game of cricket. 87 for 3, and this will be the final over. Newman has his final over. This will be his 4th and final over, to be bowled by Tariq Newman. Newman, who didn't trouble the scorer when he batted, was out for a duck today. So he's be bowling his final over, Newman. Solomon has 2 left. Herbert has 2 left. Carmichael has 1. And Nordell Lake has 1. So Yusuf on 28, 87 for 3. And it's going to be Carmichael. Goes in round the wicket. Bows to Yusuf, who comes nicely and drives this out too long off. Nordell Lake is there. Yusuf goes to 29, and the score now on to 88 for 3. Newman, left arm spinner, operating from the commentary box or the northern end of the ground. We've lost the sunshine. Heavy white cloud cover is with us at this time. Still bright enough to play. There's no question of the umpires looking at the light. Still quite bright. But just some cloud cover that has come over in recent times. Here is Newman. Again, up to this one to Terry Adams. Comes onto the front foot, gets his first run. Could be a chance. Oh, my word. Sambo, I thought if that one had hit, Terry could have been in some trouble. 89 for the loss of 3.
As young as he used to be. So he had to put in some effort to get that single. A direct hit, and he would be out.
89 for the loss of 3. This is the 14th over. Newman is the bowler, left arm, round the wicket, and again we see Yusuf coming onto the front foot and calling Terry Adams through for the run. Yusuf goes to 30, and it's now 90. 90 is the score. Terry Adams is 1. Yusuf is 30. This is the 14th over, the 4th and final one for Newman, who started at the southern end of the ground. Here he is, left arm around the wicket into Terry Adams, comes and plays this one uppishly to the man at extra cover. That's Powell, who feeds well, moving smartly to his left. And there is no run. Terry Adams is 1. Yusuf is 30. 90 for the loss of 3. 125 is the target for the 7 wickets. For the pointers, it's as simple as that.
Yeah, and 35 runs to get.
35 runs to get, that's right. Here is Newman. In bows to Adams, who gets one that lifts on him, comes onto the front foot and it just pops. That one perhaps hitting a spot, just jumped on him, and Terry Adams just pulling the glove away, kept it down. There's no one close in on the offside, so he got away with that one, but that one certainly bounced and turned a bit. Newman again. This one is fast and flat, and Adams comes onto the front foot, plays it out into the covers. There is no run. It's the end of over number 14, so 14 overs have been completed here. The Farrington set 125 to win this game. They are now 90 for the loss of 3. Yusuf Hodge has 30, and Terry Adams is on 1.
Yes, they are still on course to win this game. with getting 34 runs, just about 6 runs and over to complete it. And they are steady going. Yusuf is there from the beginning, and he's playing very well still here, doing his job as an open batsman, rotating the strike, doing it very well.
So Nodel Lake, I think this will be his final over from the far end, the right arm off break bowler, and he'll be bowling to Yusuf. The two batters are in mid-pitch, just having a little chat. The field is a man at backward point. There's a man at deep cover, no sweeper, long off, long on. There's a man right back on the mid-wicket boundary, and there's a man out on the square leg boundary. Then there's a short mid-wicket. So there's a man right back on the mid-wicket boundary. There's a man right back on the square leg boundary. There's no sweep on the deep cover boundary. There's a man at backward point. There's a man coming into what would be the covers. There's a short extra cover and a long off and a long on. Here is Nodel with his final over. This one is hit in the air, but over the head of Herbert as that short mid-wicket by Yusuf. They want a second. It won't be there. Newman sends the throw into Nodel. So Yusuf goes to 31, and the score on by 1 now to 91 for 3, the Farrington Super Sixers. Terry Adams is on 1. He looks around the field. Again, field pretty much spreading over number 15. This is the 15th over being bowled from the southern or central polyclinic end. Nodel Lake is ready. So too is Terry Adams. Lake loops this one up, and Adams turns this one perhaps off the bat, perhaps off the pad. The keeper, Leon Lake, runs back. Umpire hard signals now. It's a leg by. 92 for the loss of 3. Danny Proctor, LBW of the bowling of Newman for 8. Yusuf has 31. Munson Hodge gone for 40. And Danny and Raymond Adams gone for 3. Nodel Lake in his 4th and final over. He comes in now and bows this one to Yusuf, who clips this one into the onside past the man at that close in mid-wicket to that wide long off area. Gets his 32nd run. And the score on by 1 now to 93 for 3. Over number 15 in progress. Terry Adams is on 1, looks up, sees Nodel, comes in, bows this one, he goes back and hammers this one back past the bowler. There's a man posted at long off, another single for Terry Adams. He goes to 2, 94 now for the loss of 3. Terry Adams gets off strike, and Yusuf, who's batted very well with his brother Monson earlier. He's still there. Opening innings. Nodel comes in and bows this one, loops this one up nice. This one hit in the air. Someone is going to get under this. It's Powell. He takes a catch. And Yusuf goes for 32, looking to drive one that was looped up by the spinner, Nodel Lake, and driving the ball, not getting it under control, lifting it straight to the man at short extra cover in Ross Powell, who took it gleefully. So another wicket goes down here for the Farrington. They're now 94 for the loss of 4, Sambo.
Yes, it was
in the course of over number 15.
15, a very good catch by Powell here. Yusuf tried to go over the short cover, and he's knocked at the toe of the bat, and it was a very good catch indeed. But Kate, we have 2 extra fielders just below us here at the commentary point.
Yes, that is true. 2 dogs just in front of us here, enjoying themselves, taking in the music, taking in this cricket game. The captain is going out now. Masimba Bowen to partner Terry Adams. 94 for the loss of 4, with Yusuf Hodge just going caught by Powell at a short extra cover of the bowling of Nodel in his final over. So Nodel has picked up a couple of wickets here for Nodel. He's in fact picked up 3 wickets. Nodel has 3 wickets to his name, the other going to Newman.
Yes, he is a very good spinner indeed. He's not afraid to give the ball air and swing also.
So 94 for 4. Masimba Bowen with the bright-colored yellow pads takes guard from umpire Ralph Hodge. Terry Adams is still here. He's got 2. And we're in the 15th over.
Yeah, but Masimba could hit
Ross
a very
Powell
long 6.
taking the catch at short extra cover. Looking at the India-West Indies score, it's 178 for 4 of 33.1 overs. So West Indies keeping a tight rein there on the Indians in Trinidad. India taking the first match by just ahead. But it's Nordell here at the James Ronald Webster Park. He comes in, loops his one up to Masimba. He drives, gets it off the outer portion of the bat, down to backward point. Throw comes into the keeper. And it's stopped there. So another at the... So Masimba gets off the mark. It's 95 for the loss of 4. 15 overs completed here in this game. So 95 for 4.
Yes, it's very good going here by the Farrington Sixers. Yeah, but the pointers have put a bricks on them, making them have to earn every run indeed here at the JRW.
So Nordell has completed his 4, picked up 3 wickets, and Doc Bryan did indicate that Nordell tends to come on and tends to change the picture of the game, and he has certainly done that again today. Picking up 3 wickets, 3 of the 4 wickets have gone to Nordell Lake, the other going to Newman.
Yeah, but I've seen that, that most of the wickets have fell to spinners here in this tournament. Spinners took the bulk of the wickets here at the JRW.
So Carmichael has the ball, the left arm spinner. Carmichael has, this will be his final over. It's 95 for the loss of 4. And after this one, Doc Bryan will come in to replace me. And he'll be in the company of Samuel Theodore, Sambo. So it's going to be Newman with his final over, his 4th and final over. 95 for, that's his, Carmichael, I beg your pardon, Carmichael. He's sent down 3 overs so far. And he'll be bowling to a long off, a long on, mid-wicket. Man at square leg, deep mid-wicket. Man at backward point, more of a short third man. Well, not quite, more of a backward point, extra cover. And there's a sweep on the deep cover boundary. He'll be bowling to Terry Adams on 2. Masimba Bowen is on 1. 95 for 4. He goes in, bowls to Adams. Oh, he's beaten outside the off-turn. There's a catch for... There's an appeal for catch at the wicket. But that one was a good delivery. It had quite a bit of turn on that one, and it spun pretty quickly and flew past the outer edge and into the gloves of the keeper. Here is Carmichael. Over the wicket now. Bowls to Masimba, who slaps this down to long on. Wants a second run, but Terry isn't interested, just turns his back. Masimba Bowen goes to 2, and it's now 96 for 4. This is the 16th over being bowled. Now we are seeing a change in the attack, as it would seem to me now that the bowler Carmichael will be going around the wicket to the right-hand Terry Adams. Adams is on 2, Masimba is on 2. This one is a good delivery on the line of the stump. Again, a shout. But the umpires isn't interested. Good delivery that time. Had Terry Adams feeling and searching for that one. Didn't quite know where that one was going. So Carmichael in his final over, 96 for 4. Bowling quite well, tightening the screws here. Just making the Super Sixers fight for their runs. This one is short, and Terry Adams goes back and hits this out to the sweeper on the deep cover boundary to get his 3rd run. 97 now, 97 for 4 in over number 16. The bowler is Carmichael, Cheidyn Carmichael, left arm spinner. Now he's gone back over the wicket to the right-handed Masimba Bowen, the captain. This one is to Simba. He pushes at this one, and again the spinner, the left armer, really getting the ball to spin and bite. And there is Masimba pushing and just feeling for this one, and it just veered past him, veered past the outer edge and into the gloves of the keeper. 97 for 4 over number 16. It's Carmichael. Again over the wicket into Simba, and Simba comes onto the front foot. Good faster delivery, flat and faster. Pushed it into the offside. The end of a fine over from the left arm spin. A successful one too for him there. 97 for the loss of 4 after 16 overs.
Yes, it was a very great over here by Carmichael. Swing and bounce in this over. Swing and bounce in this over here by Carmichael.
I think the umpire is asking for the... I think he wants to know the number of overs.
It's 16 gone, I believe.
3 overs.
Yeah, so 16 overs gone.
So 7. So
this will be the 17th.
The 4 overs left in this innings.
Yep.
4 overs left in the innings. It's 97 for 4. And it was a good over there ball by the man we used to call Shakes in the Little Island setup, and we were teammates playing for the Leeward Islands. We used to call him Shakes. And he could bowl some serious left-arm spin. I remember we played a practice match where him and Supe, a guy we call Supe from Montserrat, they'd have taken about 5, well, they would have taken about 9 for about 3. The two of them combined, they took about 9 for 3 in their spell of bowling. Completely obliterated us. Both having a 2-11 game between the two guys in the Leeward Islands setup. And Super from Montserrat and that guy, Cheidyn Shakes Carmichael. That'll be the first time I would have seen him, and that's the first time I would have remembered him in the Leeward Islands setup. I believe he's from St. Kitts and Nevis. And he wouldn't have come out to that tournament because St. Kitts and Nevis didn't participate that year. But I saw him in the Leeward Islands camp. That's the first time I would have met him. And it's good to see how he has progressed and gone on. A few of the guys I've played with, good to see how they have progressed and gone on. Nathan Edward now captaining the under-17 side of the Leeward Islands. Former teammate of mine, the Leeward Islands setup as well. It's good to see how they have gone on. Of course, Cheidyn Carmichael would have picked up a contract for the CPL with the St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots. We'll like to see how he goes in that CPL tournament in August and September. But it's going to be Clyde Hughes, I believe, who'll be taking up the bowling attack. It's Clyde Hughes. He bowls left arm. It's a left arm spin, but don't know which way he spins it because he spins it both ways.
Yes, spin have dominated this entire tournament here at the JRW. Spin is doing a very great job. We seen Carmichael a while ago get bounced and turned a while ago.
Here comes Hughes. Into his run-up now into ball to Terry Adams. Adams is going to pull this one down towards the mid-wicket region. It's just a single. Cheidyn Carmichael down there doing the fielding. He's a live wire as Cheidyn Carmichael. The score moves to 98. 98 for 4. Here in the course of this, the 17th over. Now they go back onto the boundary for Bowen. Into Bowen, it's short. It's pulled straight down his throat. Cheidyn Carmichael takes the easy catch, and the captain, Masimba Bowen, has to go.
Yes, it was a beautiful catch indeed, going through everything at it. And Carmichael just swallowed it here, coming in from the boundary and took a wonderful catch indeed.
Well, it's going to be Carter who will be coming into the wicket now. The wicketkeeper batter. And all of a sudden, this game has been turned on its head. What looked like would have been a simple chase of 125 at the halfway point. There was 62 without loss after 10. Now they are 98 for 5 in the course of the 17th over.
Still needed another 27 runs here at the park here.
Well, this is going to be a nail-biting finish. All of a sudden, a game that looked dead in the water. Looked like it would have been a simple chase to the Farrington. Well, now, there's certainly a lot more in it. It was shortish, and Bowen pulled it, and Carmichael said, "Thank you very much." It was straight down his throat. Just took 2 steps in and to his left. And all of a sudden, the captain has been dismissed. And the Farrington Super Sixers, the chase is looking a lot more difficult than it was previously.
You see, when they started, it was easy picking, just about 6 runs and over. Now it is hard work.
At the halfway point, they would have needed exactly 6 runs and over. They were exactly halfway through. They had 62 for no loss. Now they are 98 for 5. The water break always proves to be the crucial turning point. Here comes Clyde Hughes into bowl to Carter. Carter is driving back down to the bowler Hughes. It's no run. Four in the off, 4 in the leg. One man short the pointers. It's Hughes. It's short. Carter tries to pull. Doesn't make good contact. The ball barely rolls off the square. Wicketkeeper Leon Lake does the fielding. 98 for 5 still in the course of this 17th over. Here comes Hughes into ball to Carter. And Carter is just blocking back down to the bowler. Hughes, one of the best fielders I've seen on display here in this tournament. Gets across quickly. Cut in front of Herbert, had made wicket to do the fielding himself. Hughes once again into ball to Carter. It's short. Carter pulls it and it's straight to Rion Solomon. 98 for 6.
Yes, it was easy pickings, but now it's very hard work here by the Farrington Sixers to get 125 runs. Carter just played that ball, and it was a very good cut straight in. And he said, thank you very much.
36 for 6. 36 for 6 after the 10th over. 36 for 6. From 62 without loss. It's going to collapse. Another collapse after the water break.
You see, as I have always said, runs on the board are runs on the board.
It's going to be Jeffrey Adams, I believe, who's coming into bat. Looks like Jeff Adams, the young man, is going into bat.
Yes, Jeffrey Adams. Jeffrey.
I'm trying to get a sneak peek as to who we're padding up to go in next. Will it be Landerfoot? It may be Landerfoot will be coming in next. But I must say that for a team that are playing down a man, they seem to be finding the fielders with regularity. Carter, he got a gift really. It was short and he pulled it, but he picked up the one man who was behind square in Rion Solomon. He hit it straight down his throat. Solomon was the one man behind the square inside the circle, and he just managed to find him. Herbert is back on the ball. 17 overs completed. 98 for 6. 3 overs left. What can Terry Adams do? He likes pace. He won't get pace. It's going to be spin, spin, and more spin. He won't get any pace today. Adams crashes pace, but he won't get any pace to crash. It's going to be Andrew Herbert. Herbert from the commentary box end, bowling his right arm off. He's into ball to Adams. It's slow. Adams tries to cut. It's straight to Ross Powell. That's no runner. .98 for 6 still. Herbert in. Adams tries to cut. That one turned in another bit. It cramped him for room. Once again, no run. Garvey at mid-wicket does the fielding. Lots of turn and offer for Andrew Herbert. He's in again now. The ball to Adams. Adams tries to cut. 3 dot balls in a row.
Yes, this is the maximum pressure here put in by the pointers on the Farrington Stars. 3 dot balls.
This game has flipped on its head. Herbert into ball. Pulled away down towards Samuel, corner the mid-wicket boundary. It will be no more than a single. 99 for 6. Bryan points, who are down and out for most of this game, have all of a sudden sprung to life.
Yes,
a game that was done at the halfway point.
Yes, and turned that game on its head.
The game was done at the halfway point, and all of a sudden, this is going to be a nervous final 3 overs. Well, well, well. What can the Adamses do? It's Jeff on strike. Herbert into ball to Adams. And he's cutting. They're appealing for a cut behind. They won't get it. Moulton is unmoved. Pointers, they were silent in the field about 4 overs ago. All of a sudden, they're appealing for everything. Every ball bowled, they're loud, they're appealing. Straight back down to the bowler for no run. 1 off the over. 99 for 6.
Yes, a very good over here by the bowler. Right now it is 13 runs per over. 13 runs.
They need 26 off the
runs.
final two to win.
So 13 runs per over. And the spinners is making it difficult.
This should have been smooth sailing. This should have been an easy chase. They needed one of Monson or Youssef to stay there. Neither of them did. Oliver is pacing around outside the dugout for the Pointers. He's nervous. Everyone is standing in that Pointers dugout.
You see, the Pointers have come to life on the field. About 4.5 overs ago, they were silent, but they have certainly sprung into life by the wickets by Carmichael, the wickets by Nadell. Really put life into them.
Hughes into both of Terry Adams. Adams is driving this one. It's aerial. It's going to fall short and goes on the rope for 4. That's a big boundary. That's a well-needed boundary. 103 is the score now. The 100 has been raised. 103 for 6. Well, Hughes left to get his line a bit tighter to Adams and maybe a bit fuller as well. He was too short on that occasion. Gave Adams room to free his arms.
You ain't cheering loud enough. Come, let's go.
Khaled Hughes.
Let's go.
Left arm around the wicket to bowl to Terry Adams. Much fuller. Adams can't make much contact. Dot ball.
Oh, boy.
Well, he was fuller. He was straighter. Adams couldn't get under it.
Yes, it was a very good ball by Hughes here, talking up Adams that he could not free his arm.
Here comes Hughes into bowl to Adams. Adams is down the track, heaving it into the leg side, down towards the cow corner region. The fielder in Lauderdale Lake comes across. They want 2. They're going to get 2. Scores on to 105 for 6. 105 for 6. And this is the 19th over. Hughes into bowl to Terry Adams. Adams is down the track, driving straight to Ross Powell and extra cover. No run.
They still need 20 runs.
Adams drives it down to long off. Single. Just a single. 19 required. It should have been easy. It really should have been an easy chase.
Yes, it should have been, but now it's hard work for the Sixers.
Hughes. And now to bowl. Final ball, the 19th over. Hughes into bowl to Jeffrey Adams. I'm just driving it straight back to Hughes. 19 required from 6.
Yes, it is still gettable. You know, cricket is very uncertain. 5 fours, and that would take you home.
Well, Terry Adams is a boundary hitter. He will hit some boundaries. It will be the veteran, Andrew Herbert, who's going to bowl the final over.
So that would be a bit difficult. Yeah. Yes, that would be very difficult because Andrew Herbert is a veteran and he's playing cricket for a long while. Let us see what he will produce in the final over.
They want the helmet. Adams is calling for his helmet. Calling for the helmet. Well, this is going to be a tense final over. They need a boundary early in the over. Very early in the over.
Yeah, but Herbert is a very good campaigner over the years. and he has experience on his side. And let us see what Herbert will produce.
It's going to be
62 without loss after 10. They've somehow managed to get themselves into a position where they require 19 from the final over.
Yes, it would mean that the pointers pull them back very, very well.
It was supposed to be easy. They just needed a run, a ball. Just a run, a ball. That's all.
1 p.m. semi-final number 2. And then on Sunday,
It's going to be Herbert.
it's going to be something else.
Nobody behind square. Nobody behind square on the leg side. A deep cover, long off, wide long on, and a deep mid wicket. Howard in the ball to Adams. It's wide outside the off stump. Terry Adams leaves it alone. It's not going to be called a wide. Ty, you can't be leaving balls at this stage of the game.
Yes, 5 balls, 19 runs.
From 5. Howard into ball to Terry Adams. He swings, and he has been stumped, has he? They're appealing for a stumping. They want a stumping. They won't get the stumping. 19 off 4.
Yes, it's very hard work here by the Farrington Super Sixers, who started very well. 6 runs and over. Now 4 balls, 19 runs.
Here comes Herbert. Waiting on the stumps to get refixed. Solomon, Lake, Carmichael, Newman, the men on the boundary ropes. 4 of your best outfielders. Adams swings it away, straight to Newman. He stops it. It's just a single. They need 3 sixes. 18 required from 3.
Yes, it's gettable. You know, cricket is very uncertain. 18 from 6. 3 big shots.
3 sixes is what's needed. I don't know if Adams can hit a 6. I've never seen him hit a 6. That's a single. 108 for 6. 2 balls required. 2 balls remaining. Too much required. Dot ball. And this game is over, unfortunately, for the Super Sixers. Cricket is a game of glorious uncertainty. Cricket in Anguilla is a game of glorious uncertainty.
Yes, cricket is very funny.
The entire field is coming in. 2 slips, well, 3 slips, 4 slips in place.
And bringing a
man, they have a Silliman on, a short leg, short extra, short cover. Adams is cutting. He finds a fielder. With everybody in, it's still a dot ball. That's the game. The Pointers have won a game that they had absolutely no business winning.
Yes, it was very hard work here by the Pointers to come to this stage. They were totally out of the game, but Nada Lake and Carmichael broke the back of the Sixers here today.
Scoring 124 in the first innings. The Pointers would have been very disappointed. After 10 overs, they would have given up 62 runs. They would have been even more disappointed. But that wicket of Monson Hodge proved the crucial wicket, the game-turning wicket. Monson fell, and everybody else fell after him.
Nada Lake, after getting Monson Hodge, it was a price wicket. You could see how he danced and jubilated after taking Monson Hodge. And from Monson Hodge, that was it.
Victory by 17 runs for the Blank Point Pointers. A game they had no right in winning. They have won a game that they looked completely dead in the water in for pretty much 30 of the 40 overs. They looked dead in the water in this game. But those final 10 overs, they
were crucial.
They were more than crucial. And they were brilliant.
And here is Carmichael rejoicing.
The Brentport Pointers win by 17 runs. Northern Lake finishes the game with 3 wickets. 3 wickets for him. Khaled Hughes ended up with 2 wickets, I believe. 2 for Hughes.
And Carmichael.
And Newman also among the wickets. So Newman, it was 3 for Northern Lake, 2 for Khaled Hughes, and 1 for Newman. The wickets that are falling, the economical bowling, the pressure applied from Carmichael from this commentary box end. A wonderful second half of the bowling effort.
Yes, it was a very good game indeed. Good cheers to the umpires, very good game. To umpire Morton and Ralph Hodge, a very good game indeed.
So there you have it, a victory, fine one for the Pointers, getting restricting the Super Sixers to 108 for 6, having scored 124 for 6 off their 20 overs.
Yes,
so it's been a wonderful game here today.
You see, when I view earlier on, the Pointers had no chance of winning when Munson and Yusuf was batting. They were going 62 without loss to 98 for 6.
Yeah, they certainly were going. At one stage it was 62. Munson and Yusuf were batting very well, and it had looked very much on the card. It looked very much on the card, but those of us who've been around this great game of cricket, we know that it's not over until it's over. But a good comeback. Good comeback. The Pointers had looked rather flat at the start of the innings, but they really pulled it back, and Khaled Hughes got 2 crucial wickets towards the end there. 2 very, very good wickets, and that tightened it up. The spinners really came into the road. Northern Lake picked up 3 wickets earlier. Then you had Herbert, you had Newman. So the spinners again really doing the job.
The spinners are doing
for the Pointers. They've done well throughout the season.
Very good job by the spinners.
Yeah.
They are taking the bulk of the wicket. But the crucial wicket here was when Northern Lake got Munson Hodge.
Definitely. Munson going for a well-played 50. Had Munson stayed on, who knows, perhaps would have taken them through to a fine victory. But that was not to be. Congratulations to the Pointers. They played well in the end. They came back really hard towards the last 10 overs of the game. They really pulled things back. And the Farrington just could not get out of the trap, and a fine victory for them. So we have the semi-finals here next Saturday. First game is at 9:30, and then the second match is at 1 o'clock, and then the final, the big final, is set for next Sunday. So we're expecting a bumper crowd here at the James Ronald Webster Park. So on behalf of the commentators, Samuel Theodore Sambo, Doc Bryan, John Millington, we had Renford Kelsick, our scorer, here today. To Mega Charles 54, to Class FM and Radio Anguilla, the official broadcasters of this game. We want to say thank you and good night from the James Ronald Webster Park with the news that the Pointers, they have defeated the defending champions, the Super Sixers, to set up some great semi-final matches next weekend. Again, the Pointers sent into bat by the Sixers got to 124 for 6. And in the end, the Pointers restricting the Super Sixers to 108 for 6. I am Keithstone Greaves on behalf of the entire commentary and production team, saying so long from the James Ronald Webster Park. Good night, everyone.
It was a good game.
Yep. You gonna look food? Bring for me if you're going.
What is it you want?
The same thing, man. I have fish and bait.
Okay.
I never want to.
All right.
Kill them, yes.
Why I don't know? You know the match? That's your wickets for. Yes, your wickets for. Yes, no, yeah. Oh, yeah, man, I'll give you. We will have a semi-final. That's great, Mark. 3 wickets. Go to the 6th round. Come back. One hour, man. Yeah. You should be the man of the match. You know how that? Yeah. You don't know. I would. Exactly halfway. 62 is all down. But you see, down, as we say, after the count, every time the 10 overs can after the water break. Every time. That was a good delivery ball. Turn up the